So last we saw, Kate made the connection between her mother's music box and the hymn of Vaughan. We had to quit right after for take a time really. So it was just after we got our information to lead us to the Bridge of Mists. Was that it? Over the River Damber? Yeah, so that's where we left off. Now we're going to continue and see where Kate's connection with the past is going. And the dean is an extortionist. Autumn 2005, Kate discovers the Vaughan Music Academy in a terrible state of disrepair, and the dean is an extortionist. He says he will only help her if she fixes the mechanical musicians on the central square. Luckily, Kate can now count on an old friend. Right. Oscar, now a pet armadillo. The neon sign is literally just the store is Omega. And that's the one that got the step that Rose left behind. I do wonder if I should have left connection to Dana Rose instead. But the swan does feel more appropriate.
Looks like this district has been more modernized than the antique shop district.
Nope. There's the tram. Yeah, I think every bold circle is where the major uh locations are going to be. And those are the only ones we're going to be visiting. Yeah, we've seen this animation loop before.
I say, this is a very unpleasant way of traveling, Kate Walker.
I know, Oscar. I promise I'll let you out as soon as possible, okay?
Hey, Atome. We just left the music center and we're heading to the Bridge of Mists. All right. Brook de Nibel. Nebo Bridge of Mists.
Okay, Oscar. Now we have to find Dana's old house.
Do you recall the number, Kate Walker?
According to her registration form from the Music Academy, it was number 20.
Numbers may have changed since then. Okay, Nick Canton's reports. Academy of Music Vaughan. Vaughan, November 30th, 2005. Dear Mrs. Foster, I was able to visit the Vaughan Music Academy thanks to the lead that Lenny, the manageress of the refuge, gave me. The various testimonies I've gathered concord in showing that Miss Walker hadn't lost her habit of bending the law when bending the law when it suits her. She apparently broke into a cafe on the musical square. Then, ignoring the municipal ban, she activated the automaton musicians. Even more interesting is that the witnesses unanimously agreed that the melody performed by the automatons provoked a marked reaction in Kate Walker. After scratching a bit deeper, I now have the certitude that this melody, which is known as the Hymn of Vaughan, is the same as the one played on Kate Walker's late mother's music box, the very one that you sent Kate in the mine. Strange coincidence, right? Maybe pity I don't believe in coincidences, though. Kate Walker headed for the Bridge of Mists of Vaughan, where once stood the childhood house of Dana Roze. That's the woman she's been searching for. I shall get along there without delay. Find out the latest news of Vaughan. So I have two ways down, and they both lead down to the same part of the street.
The bridge is exactly the same as it was back in the 1930s. Except that it's cleaner. It looks almost new, as if it had been renovated.
Okay, now going that way. Huh? Not going that way either. 16.
A book about Vaughan's history during the war. Maybe it could be useful later.
Huh? What?
Whoa! That's one shrill version of the Hymn of Vaughan. One thing's for sure, this souvenir wasn't made in Vaughan.
An electronic version of the Swan music box. Very cheaply made. Although it has the same swan on the front and the rest is just a disc.
Looks like the residents on the bridge are pretty mad at the town council.
Calling all residents and retailers of Vaughan. Love our Bridge of Mist outside and in. We, the undersigned Bridge of Mist Welfare Committee, hereby protest against the council policy to turn Vaughan into a museum town. How are they doing this? By granting public funding uniquely for exterior renovation with the aim of attracting as many low-cost chain stores as possible. This unfair policy is to the detriment of homeowners, our quality independent shops, and craftsmen and women of the Bridge of Mist district. Why should we all care? Because the Bridge district property owners are having to live and work in insalubrious conditions, and this despite repeated appeals to the council to set up a fair funding program that covers interior renovation. If we let the council continue with their unfair policy, there will soon be no residents left on the bridge in the Bridge district. There will be nothing but pretty facades, hollow shells, and cheap souvenir shops. Kind of like that automaton that got turned into a dispenser of very cheap Hymn of Vaughan music boxes, electronic ones. What to do next? To maintain our community spirit and quality independent shops selling true Vaughan craftsmanship, we petition the council to urgently set up an interior renovation funding program that puts Vaughaners first. It is to be noted that the only previous funding for Bridge District interior renovation dates back to just after World War II. It was hurriedly carried out by following the partial destruction of the bridge during the liberation of Vaughan. Today, the vast majority of bridge properties are unfit for human habitation. Join our lobby for interior renovation funding for our historic bridge buildings. Meeting at the Town Council, 10 a.m. Monday, November 21st. Keep our community safe and our beautiful town alive. The Bridge of Mist Welfare Committee of Residents and Independent Retailers, Retta Speicher, Rudy Zarin, Angela Hegel, Chairperson, Hans Rudolf Oma, Frenzy Stolklin, Ulrich Hoffman, Anna Debauch. For more information, write us at info@bridgeofmist.org or telephone Angela Heigl at 05124089711. This is it.
Souvenirs here look more upmarket than the ones I've seen elsewhere.
This is it. This is the one. But I want to look around more.
The house is somewhere on the bridge, so there's no point looking anywhere else.
I suppose I shouldn't be too disappointed that you can't really walk the different sections of the city.
In loving memory of all those who lost their lives that terrible night.
I'm not seeing Rose's name. Dana Rose. There's 4 sides to it with more names. At least 2 of the other sides are getting rather decrepit. Either falling apart or getting coated. Something. Storm warning. Storm warning. Storm warning. To all inhabitants of Vagan, a severe storm is expected to hit the town from this evening and during the night. The municipality recommends anyone to remain at home with the shutters firmly shut and to cancel or postpone any plans for going out. All cultural and outdoor activities, especially those on Damvra and the surrounding mountains, are prohibited by municipal decree for an extendable duration of 24 hours. How extendable? The Municipality of Vagan, Department of Tourism, Culture, and Recreation. Huh.
Protests in the neighborhood and a big storm coming tonight. I sure wouldn't want to be in the mayor's shoes right now. Anyway, I'd better focus back on Dana.
Souvenirs. Wagenbrook, London.
There's number 20. Dana's old house.
Huh. Swan is part of the sign. The upper part.
Guten Tag, Fraulein.
Looking much cleaner in here.
Made in Vagan.
Is this a resin globe? I think it is. Like there's something missing here.
All our gifts are handmade by craftsmen in Vagen. More gifts. I would have preferred it to still be full of paintings, I think.
So where the money goes comes a tourist town. Sell touristy things.
On holiday in the region, Fraulein?
Just passing through.
Well, welcome to my little gift shop. Frau Heigl at your service. I noticed you were looking at a souvenir, Fraulein.
Yes, you have a wonderful choice here, Frau Heigl. Your shop is beautiful.
Thank you. All our souvenirs here are pieces of craftsmanship, as we like to say. All by local craftsmen. Do you wish to buy the souvenir, Fraulein?
Well, I'm actually looking for someone, not something. Someone who used to live in this house, and I was wondering if you could help.
Well, there were quite a few owners before I bought the shop last autumn, so I can't really...
So her name was Dana Roze. She lived here before the war. I was hoping to find some kind of trace of her here, so I could continue my search.
I see. Well, I have heard of the Rozes, but I can't say if there's anything left of them inside the house.
But don't you live here?
No, my husband and I live in the suburbs. You see, the bridge was sacked just before the war, during the pogrom against the Vagrants. Oh, truly awful events. And then the neighbourhood was bombed, just after the war during the liberation. And many of the houses were damaged, including this one. They were hastily renovated after the war, but they remain mostly derelict.
You mentioned a pogrom against this neighborhood's vagrant community. Can you tell me more?
As much as anyone who knows anything about Vagen, I guess. It happened in 1938, if I recall correctly. A few months after Austria and Ostertal were annexed by the Brown Shadow.
What happened?
Well, the Brown Shadow organised riots against Vagrants on false pretexts. It led to pogroms throughout all the annexed countries, including this house.
Were the Roses home when it all happened?
Like I said, Fraulein, I don't know, but I hope not.
Well, it doesn't look like the house was damaged from what I can see. Your shop is charming, and so is the rest of the district.
Thank you. That's because after the initial renovation, the council financed major rehabilitation work on the facades. But if the truth be told, they left the proprietors to foot the bill for our interiors. That's why my husband and I had to spend all our savings so that the shop interior shows the same high standard that we demand of our suppliers.
That's a shame.
Yes, and if the council persists in refusing to help fund the renovation works, there won't be any residents left on the bridge, let alone independent quality stores like mine. There'll be nothing left but bland franchise stores, like the one further along the bridge or on the musical square.
So between the pogrom, the bombing, and the whole house being renovated, there's little chance of me finding any trace of the Roses.
It's not quite like that. To be honest, we didn't have the funds to renovate the rest of the house, so we used the upper floors for storing.
Really?
And now that you mention it, I do recall coming across old photographs from before the war, here and there in the house. The successive owners didn't want to throw them out, and I suppose they must have left them there.
Would you mind if I went upstairs to take a look? Unless you would kindly bring the photos down yourself.
Well, I can hardly leave the shop unattended while I go... I don't even know you, Fräulein.
I see. In that case, would you mind if I had a look upstairs myself?
Don't take it personally, Fräulein, but I don't know you enough to trust you. I'm very sorry. Now, if you'll excuse me, Fräulein, I have a customer.
Uh-oh.
I conjecture that you were inefficient in trying to persuade the shopkeeper, Kate Walker. How are you going to access the upper floors now?
I don't know, Oscar. By getting creative, I guess.
I conclude I can trust you on that score, Kate Walker?
More gifts. I would have preferred it to still be full of paintings, I think.
I have a feeling I'm gonna do something rather circumspect.
It's right in Frau Heigel's line of vision, too. I'm gonna have to draw her away if I want to sneak through that service door to the upper floors. If I could manage to draw Frau Heigel this way, I'd be able to get through the service door and to the staircase without her noticing. But how? No.
I'm afraid you are mistaken, Kate Walker.
Ha ha. That's a good touch. Yeah. Cheap music box. Got it. Yeah, real subtle, Kate.
What's that awful noise? Excuse me, sir. Oh, there it is. How awful. That certainly doesn't belong in my shop. We don't sell such cheap and tacky items.
Seriously. It's glass, too. You can see straight through it.
Great. I don't think Frau Heigel's noticed a thing.
Why don't you try to locate Dana Rose's room, Kate Walker? Then you can look for more clues about her.
Good idea. Let's just hope Frau Heigel won't come up.
Oh, wow. It's really looking bad up here. Squeaky floors. She's gonna hear us.
This is where Frau Heigel must take her breaks. It's dark in here. Hardly surprising with those windows boarded up. More stock for the shop.
Kitchen.
This photo shows the house partially destroyed. Must have been taken after the bombing that preceded the liberation of Vagan.
May 1945. Yeah, this place is looking real bad. Bathroom.
Nothing of interest in here.
Pigeons. Open windows.
Just what I needed.
Huh.
A family portrait. That must be Dana with her parents. A double bed, plenty of space. Must have been Dana's parents' bedroom. So where's Dana's room then? The number of rooms don't add up. It's been bricked up, most likely during the post-war renovation works Frau Heigl spoke of.
So, Dana's room, what? Was walled off? So it's just a facade down up there. There's not even a room to access.
Huh. The bedroom in the background of the portrait must be located in the attic. According to the light and the clock behind Dana, her room must face north.
Measuring both the sun and the time.
That's it, Oscar. I think I know where Dana's room is.
Enlighten me, Kate Walker.
Well, one of the photos shows a bedroom that's not on the second floor, right? And we know that the staircase was bricked up during the renovation and led to another floor. So that's got to be where we'll find Dana's missing bedroom.
It seems plausible, indeed.
It does. And if we're lucky, the room might be pretty much like Dana left it all those years ago, and potentially with clues to put us back on our track. I've just got to find a way to get to that third-floor bedroom.
Seeing as you failed to create a positive bond with Frau Hegel, the next rational step would be to take a look outside the building, Kate Walker.
You're right, Oscar. Let's go and see.
Hey, that floor's still intact. Ceiling, whatever. She's not gonna be impressed.
More gifts. I would have preferred it to still be full of paintings, I think.
Yeah, she knows. There's no way she doesn't know. Do I talk to her? Do I just walk out and pretend?
I'm
nothing
sorry I couldn't help you, Fraulein.
Never mind then. Do not mention anything. Goodbye, thank you. Fire escape. A very Vorarlberg fire escape. Very fancy. Looking rather
Oscar,
mechanical.
I need your opinion on this.
Ah, that's better.
Looks like that fire escape staircase serves every floor of the house.
That is correct, Kate Walker. Perhaps you should find a way to use it.
Better try something else. So what do you think, Oscar?
I think I would have liked a body with longer front legs.
I was talking about the window up there. Must be Dana's room, right?
Oh, of course. There is a high probability that you are not wrong, Kate Walker.
Looks like the staircase serves every floor, including Dana's.
I conjecture that you are probably right, Kate Walker.
Real helpful, Oscar. I know you're written to be the, I have no idea what kind of relief you're written to be right now. You're literally an armadillo. Maybe even a hamster.
The second floor windows will be of no use to reach the staircase. Well, we can't get to the staircase from the first floor windows.
Bricked up.
Indeed, Kate Walker, all the windows you could have used are obstructed.
The ladder to the first floor is up. It's too high for me to pull down. Looks like there's a mechanism up there to lower the ladder.
So what am I looking for?
That drain pipe leads to a ledge that leads to the staircase.
According to my calculations, the drain pipe will not hold you, Kate Walker. And even if you were lighter, the ledge is too narrow for you to stand on.
Hey, are you trying to tell me something, Oscar?
Yes, you are too heavy and too wide, Kate Walker, for the ledge.
Gee, thanks, Oscar.
Haha.
So basically, it's not going to be easy to use the staircase to get to Dana's room.
There is no other way. Access is denied from inside the first and second floors, and the third floor stairwell is bricked up. The fire escape staircase is the only possibility, Kate Walker. But you cannot climb up the drain pipe because of your weight and size.
I heard you the first time, thanks.
You are welcome, Kate Walker. So, the only way up is by the fire escape staircase, and that means lowering the ladder from the first floor.
Oscar. Use
Well,
the drain
in
pipe.
that case, there's only one solution. As you're so light and slim, Oscar, you'll have to climb up the drain pipe and walk across the ledge for me. Then you just need to activate the mechanism to lower the steps so that heavy me can take the staircase route.
I was not made to climb up drain pipes, Kate Walker. I am a precision-made automaton.
Come on, Oscar. You saved the day more than once at Baranor. It must be second nature by now.
But how can I lower myself to scurrying like a rat?
Because you're a fine fellow and my faithful friend?
It seems like I could have picked different solutions.
Kate Walker, help! I believe I am stuck here.
Stay calm, Oscar. I'm coming.
Climbing like a common squirrel. This is a disgrace.
Everything okay up there?
Yes, Kate Walker. I just need to... Ah!
Hang on tight, Oscar.
Oh, I am, Kate Walker. Believe me, I am.
You gotta jump now, Oscar. Hurry! Well done, Oscar. Glad that you're safe and sound.
I guess that's one way of putting it, Kate Walker.
I'm also glad you haven't lost your positive attitude.
Phew. That useless body. Now I must find another way. I'm climbing up all over again.
Be careful there, Oscar.
Huh? This is a curious little misadventure.
Oh dear, that can't be good. Oh dear. Now, Miss Pigeon. Madam Pigeon, then. I beg your pardon. Now, Madam Pigeon, would you be so kind as to make way? I guess I'm going to need help here. Kate Walker, I'm going to need you again.
How am I supposed to get rid of that pigeon?
It's down.
I can't throw it at the pigeon, but maybe I can use it some other way.
Kate Walker!
Sorry, Oscar.
Made our point, I guess. Now, maybe this body will be useful in the end.
Wait, what? Is that a key like coming out of Oscar's mouth? Where is that key coming from? Never mind, I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
Locked, of course.
Kate Walker, if I were meant to be used as a cannonball, I would have been given a fuse. This is highly irregular.
Tuck your head in, Oscar. 1,
If Hans Vorarlberg could see me now,
2,
how...
3.
Undignified! Oh my. Oh my. Really? Is this any way to treat an intelligent automaton?
No.
Really?
It's up.
If Mr. Vorarlberg could see me now...
He would say, "You've saved the day again, Oscar. You've exceeded all expectations by far."
This is Hans. It is, not hard to imagine
Okay,
he would be just
let's
as
try and
resourceful.
find out what became of Dana after she left the refuge. No doubt about it. This must have been Dana's room. A part's missing.
Junta had more than I thought. Write myself reminders. Those are incomplete sentences. Junta. Frau Junta. Hey, that's her.
It's from the Music Academy.
Her diploma.
Music symbols, but they don't seem related to the diploma.
The brown shadow is spray painted or painted on her wall. It's not spray paint.
The room was ransacked and pillaged during a pogrom of the Brown Shadow, I guess. God, I hope Dana was away that day. There's something underneath. Can't reach it.
That is a very
Can't be
low
that
value.
heavy.
There's no way that's not being heard downstairs.
That That's better.
Okay. It's a diagram of what looks like a gear. No, not quite like a gear. What is this? Now that I think about it, Junta had more influence on me than I thought. I now write myself reminders as she suggested.
Now's not the right time to leave. It's blocking it.
Music symbols. Clef. I can't read that one. Whatever that butterfly looking thing is. The half eyelid and the music note. There's two clefs for some reason. Oh.
It won't open. I'm pretty sure the wheels on the lock seem to have different heights. I wonder why.
Okay. So I know what order they're supposed to be in. One of them is scratched, so I can't quite make it out. I can guess that's what it is. And that's what the side has to look like, huh? Oh. There we go. That's...
The wheels on the lock seem to have different heights. I wonder why.
doesn't seem quite right.
It won't open. I'm pretty sure I've collected all the clues I could in the room, though. I should take a look at the documents and items in my diary. It won't open. I'm pretty sure I've collected all the clues I could in the room, though. I should take a look at the documents and items in my diary.
Okay. Pretty sure I'm close.
Oh, come on. I'm sure it must be the right combination of symbols. Oh, I must have missed something. Maybe the symbols aren't the only thing I need to set on each wheel. It won't open, and yet I'm pretty sure the combination of symbols is right. There must be something else to set with the wheels.
There. Not quite. What about this? That's it. Ah.
Thing's stuck. It's blocking it.
Ah. Another teddy bear. Personal memorabilia. Yeah. She got the diary of Dana Roze.
This was written not long after her time at the refuge. A letter from Leon. So he did write back to Dana after the expedition left Kantar, the capital of Baltayar. The High Plateau of Baltayar, October 25th, 1937. My darling Edelweiss.
I hate myself for not sending you news more often, and for not being able to receive news of you. I find myself now where probably no other modern-day human has ever ventured before. I regret to inform you that I won't be able to go back to Europe with my fellow survivors. Something bad happened during the expedition. I, no doubt, am partly to blame. Nevertheless, I would like you to know my version of the events. After hard days of hiking, we set up our base camp on the threshold of a high valley where rhododendrons grew. All the witnesses seemed to concur. This was where the Gorun, the famous man of the mountains, was most frequently sighted. For many long weeks, we explored without success every valley and mountain surrounding the camp. Autumn was approaching, the rivers started to freeze at the edges, and the prospect of having to head back with nothing for our toil was becoming more and more apparent. The joyful banter of the first weeks was no more. The men were becoming moody and tense. Especially our chief, Reinhard Berger. Up we get, Leon. Another day on a wild goose chase. I'd better get kitted up before going out. Sauer's thesis. From what I understand, he accepted to work for the Brown Shadow because they were the only ones who would finance his research. What a waste. Goethe's Faust. One of Junter's posh friends, Murnau, if I remember rightly, turned it into a film about 10 years ago. I think the poor chap's dead now, though. Horst has already left. The scolding that Berger gave them yesterday about their lack of results in tracking down the Gorons really got to him.
Really? Cage man out of wood? Okay, that animation was a bit better.
Must remember to fill it up before I leave the camp. I ought to bring all the equipment together before I take my bag.
Hard to...
These biscuits don't compare with old Gustav's cooking, but at least they fill you up.
Hungry Imagineer's best friend, provided you have a strong pair of teeth.
No chance of me venturing into the mountain without that.
Machete. Oh.
The letters I got from Dana before leaving Kantar with the expedition. It's tough not to be able to receive or give any news since leaving civilization. I'm so glad Junta lent it to me. I was able to take wonderful pictures behind Berger's back.
Yeah, okay. (1937) expeditions. Huh. Summer at the Refuge. It's a scrapbook. With very minimal notes. And his drawings.
Hope I can get back to sketching the valley, but with Berger putting on the pressure at the moment, I doubt it.
He's even got the paints.
All those books. Only Horst could cot about works of anthropology beyond the frontiers of the known world. The march of science knows no bounds for him.
The fire's still going. That's irresponsible.
Better get going before...
Do you know what time it is?
Time to be heading out?
Enough! You couldn't care less whether we find the Gorons or not, could you? Well, mark my words, Kobatis. You'd better change your bloody attitude.
The day's only just bloody breaking.
I couldn't give a damn. Everyone has already started except you. So you just get your butt upstream and help Sauer carry out his research. The idiot is capable of getting himself lost again.
All right. I'm not your enemy, you know?
I don't think you understand the gravity of the situation, Leon. If we don't find a specimen of the Goron, the Brown Shadow will... Look, just go find Sauer. Please. Now!
That's why he's under pressure.
Poor animal. Burger's gone out of his mind with this search for the abominable snowman of his. Horst has already left. The scolding that Burger gave them yesterday about their lack of results in tracking down the Gorons really got to him. The mountain's dangerous and we're prepared for the worst. I only hope we don't have to use it. Not what you'd call cute, this Gorun. Just as well they haven't found it yet.
Not an anatomical chart of the mythical Goron. He just looks like a very large, hairy man. What's this?
Can't have been easy for Bauer to leave his daughter just after she was born. Bauer's daughter. This medal must belong to Bauer. He must have left it behind when he turned in for the night. No one here. Bauer and Jaeger must have already taken off in search of the Gorun. Jaeger and Bauer have been a bit heavy-handed with the alcohol these past few evenings. Morale of the troops is at an all-time low.
Combination lock we got here. For Bauer. We need to look at that pendant again.
With this, I'll be able to venture out for as long as it takes to find Sauer.
Oh 0408 1937. Zero, 4, 0, 8. Haha.
Bauer, oh you little...
Dear Herr Haas, I completely understand the Brown Shadow's anger should the expedition fail. That being said, I urge you not to hold it against Herr Berger or my fellow scientists. If blame there is to be, then look rather to Leon Kobatis. His lack of goodwill has become increasingly apparent throughout. Indeed, it would come as no surprise to me if his intention was to sabotage the whole expedition right from the very outset.
All shipshape. Typical Bauer. There's nothing more to do here, I guess. I should leave the camp now. But you'll have it coming, Bauer.
Go and find Sauer. Where on earth can the bloody creature be holed up?
Okay, that's the path. Probably need this, right?
The mountain's dangerous and we're prepared for the worst. I only hope we don't have to use it.
Yes, that's a no. Yeah, I want to leave it again.
Better get going. Autumn is here. We'd better leave the mountain soon, or we won't survive. Anyone there? Looks like someone's left their gear over there. Better check it out. One of us must have stayed here. For a rest, maybe? Whoever it belongs to must have left in a hurry to have left it behind.
Canteen.
One of us must have stayed here. For a rest, maybe?
A full-headed axe. Not a hatchet.
Stopping to read in the middle of the wilds. That's sour all over. One of the scientists must have stopped for a rest here. Most probably sour. But what made him leave in such a hurry that he left behind all his gear? I'd better have a look around to find out what happened here. What on earth is that?
Okay.
That mark must be what caused Sour to stop and rest for a while. I'd better head out and try to find him to clarify the situation.
That is a big hand. That is a huge hand mark.
What in God's name is that?
I don't know, sounded like an owl.
Sour? What in the world?
Shh! Look what I found.
Is that a...
A go room! Yes, it's a go room! I heard him cry as I was taking a break near the path. Hurry, we must go fetch the others.
You go. He looks injured. I'd better stay and try and reach him before the current carries him away.
Right, Leon. Okay. But don't lose him.
So it actually exists.
All right, little fella. Don't move. I'm coming to get you. Current's too strong to swim across. Better find another way. The trunk isn't very thick.
I didn't pick up that axe. I need that axe.
Sour's already gone to warn the others. I can't just let the poor creature be swept away by the current.
Yeah, that was pretty fun. It looked like there was other options, but that was like the most obvious. This is the one to go with. Send Oscar.
All sorts of debris has been carried by the river. But other than trying to build a raft, I don't know what use it can be. That tree looks tall enough. If I cut it down, I could use it as a bridge.
Right, I have a hatchet. Or a machete. He's gonna be there for a while. Yeah. Snap. Huh? No. I mean, it kind of makes sense to a degree, playing as Leon.
Easy, Leon. Now's not the time to get a dunking.
Yeah, okay. Playing as Leon makes sense to me because you get a connection to the past.
Take it
through the
easy.
letter.
I'm not going to hurt you. I just want to look at your wound.
It's not that much bigger.
What can I give him to show I mean no ill?
Biscuits. Thinking of go to water, but maybe not. Water then.
There you go. Good boy. It's all right.
Backwards. Got it.
Don't be afraid. You're all right, fella. Good boy. Eat up, fella.
Guess it's smarter than this. He's observing quite a bit. Hey, who is this guy? What does he want with me? Like, is this wood?
It's good, isn't it?
Hardtack? I wouldn't
Leg
say
broken.
so.
I just want to look at it, all right? Look, little fella. If you let me see your wound, you can have another biscuit later, yes? It's broken, all right. Must be very painful. You're a brave boy. If I could clean the wound and brace your leg, we should be able to get you back to camp and make it better. Hold on. I'll be right back. Just be patient, little fella. I'll be right back.
They actually found something.
There's 2 bits of driftwood washed up there. They're straight enough to help get the Gorun back to camp.
Are you sure they're straight enough?
That mark, judging by the shape, must have been made by the Gorun, probably before he got injured. I wonder what it means.
My audio's low? Let's see this. Let's add some gain. Is that better? The audio of the game isn't that loud for me.
I need to find something to make a splint for the Gorun. Better be quick.
I mean, didn't I already get it? Apply a splint.
The Gorun might become anxious if I leave now. There must be something around here I can use to take care of him. They should do fine to hold the Gorun's splint together. Here we go, fella. This is going to sting a little.
It's not alcohol. Water.
There, wasn't so bad, was it? Now we just need to find a way to get you back across.
Huh? What's he doing?
Hey. Did you do that, little fella? Well, better drawing than talking, huh?
Yeah. That was bad.
Now we just have to wait for the others. Huh? Oh, you want another biscuit? You learn quick. It was a young specimen, my darling Dana. Almost like a child. And as soon as we made eye contact, I knew this was a creature endowed with reason. When my companions joined me, I immediately sensed we did not share the same point of view. They seemed blinded by the discovery. They couldn't see the individual. It was clear the young Goran wasn't a person in their eyes, just a subject for study. In their excitement, they seemed to lose all common sense.
What is wrong with it? Fruit! Have some fruit!
You shut him up in a cage. What do you expect? He's frightened.
Shut it up, or I'm going to gag it. What's that?
Mother.
Pass me the rifle.
Must be the Gorn's mother. If we give it back, she'll probably leave.
And deprive us of an adult specimen? Are you mad? All right, Mama.
Look at the size of her, Burger. Wound her. They will never get her back alive.
Who said we need her alive? They can't all be live specimens, can they?
No! Sorry about that, Burger, but I couldn't let you shoot.
Yeah?
Reinhardt, you all right?
But he's killed Burger.
Bauer, wait.
You saw. It was an accident. He was going to kill the Gorin, sir. So I
Burger
had no
Borger.
intention to.
Shut it, assassin!
Well, assassin.
My head.
Yeah, that would have been better. But it also kind of reveals what they're thinking. Burger Muncher. Ha!
That stone looks sharp enough. If I can reach it, maybe I can cut myself free. I know what dangers await me in the mountain if I manage to escape from here. Oh dear Lord, Burger. I'm sorry. I never meant to.
Like, how? They didn't even try to resuscitate him. He hadn't been down that long. He might be alive, you know. They might have buried him alive. Ugh. You guys are having way too much fun with his name. That's not a cheeseburger. That's a hamburger.
I'll bring him some soup. We can't let him starve to death.
Bastard doesn't deserve food.
Typical horse, eh? Always the good Samaritan.
Can't really feed him. Oh.
Aren't you afraid I was going to run for it?
They intend to hand you over to the authorities in Kantar for the murder of Reinhard Berger.
Doesn't surprise me. I came across a letter from Bauer that made me the scapegoat for everything that's gone wrong. Bauer had been planning this for some time now.
Well, that's not how it's going to be. I don't agree with what you did. But you don't deserve what Bauer and Jaeger intend for you. You must pretend to be tied up. Wait for them to fall asleep. Then take your gear and get as far away from here as possible. Hear me?
They're right there. They can hear you.
Yes, but what?
There's no proof that he killed anyone. I mean, besides witnesses. 3 of them. I mean, if there were no witnesses, you know. Ha ha!
So there you have the full story, my darling Dana. I don't know what will become of me, where my escape will lead me over the coming weeks, or what my life of a murderer on the run will be like.
He dropped one of the letters.
But always remember that my love for you is as strong as ever, and that my greatest desire is to hold you in my arms. I love you more than anything in the world. Leon, your Alpine lover.
Dana! Oh my goodness! Dana! What's wrong, Puppet? Lena, come, quick!
The pregnancy, the shock. She fainted. That fire exit looks a little different. No, that's a different terrace.
Dear Diary, so much has happened since I received Leon's letter a few days ago. I'm slowly recovering. Today, Papa and Mama told me that I was going to leave for a while. I'll explain what's going on, but I don't know where to begin. I need to gather my thoughts as I finish packing my suitcase.
So she gets out of there before 1938. And she's showing. They know she's pregnant now.
As I said, dear Diary, I'm leaving tomorrow. Papa and Mama are sending me to a sanatorium out of town for a few months. They say it's for continuing my convalescence.
Oh my goodness.
In other words, to send me and my secret away from prying eyes.
Because she got pregnant outside of wedlock.
My parents have accepted the offer from their longtime friends, the Zimmers, to pay for my hospitalization at the sanatorium.
That's the American connection.
The Zimmers said it was in the name of their long friendship with Papa and Mama. But I think they feel bad that they can afford to flee Wagen in the Brown Shadow, whereas Mama and Papa can't.
I mean, that does happen. Sugar is easy, but what you need is protein. And fatty foods. As far as I understand. Baden-Quellen Sanatorium.
The ideal summer and winter resort in the most picturesque and enchanting spot looking over the River Dombra. Well, let's hope that's true.
So she's still gonna be on. Oh, no, no. She's not leaving the city. She's just going to the other side of it.
Come on, Dana. There were enough tears already. I hope you're well, Leon, wherever you are now. Papa and Mama have locked me up in here since they discovered my condition. I'm going to miss playing the piano while I'm away, let alone going to the academy.
She never got to graduate. in the way she expected.
I can't believe Leon is on the run, all alone in those mountains in the middle of winter.
I regret to inform you that I won't be able to go back to Europe with my fellow survivors. Something bad happened during the expedition. So he wrote them last minute, left them for her. Haas. Left them for Haas. Haas mailed the letter. Bada bing, bada boom. Yeah, this doesn't really tell us anything new. And he uses her nickname for him.
I need to finish packing my suitcase before we say goodbye, dear diary.
That's why it was left here.
I was planning to give up all my old toys and dolls. But now I guess I'm going to need them in a few years.
Prudent. Except that doesn't quite go to plan either.
The medication to treat my cough. Mama is forcing me to take it again since I collapsed after getting Leon's letter. I should pack it. I'll put you away in there as soon as I'm done, dear diary. Better to keep you safe than risking to lose you where I'm going. Poor Papa and Mama. They were devastated when the doctor they called after I collapsed discovered my secret. That secret I dared not speak about to anyone. Not even you, dear diary. Now I can tell you. I'm pregnant, dear diary. Leon is the father. There were a lot of tears and screams when the doctor told Papa and Mama. But they finally decided to pretend that the baby will be the foster child of a missing relative. I know everyone expects me to feel guilty, but I can't help thinking of names. If it's a boy, of course it'll be Leon. To bring his father good luck. And if it's a girl, I think I'll call her Anna.
What? Where do you think Senior and Junior come from? Robert Downey Jr., Robert Downey Sr. Yes, it would be confusing, though. I'd say be more prudent in who you pick so you don't put yourself in that situation in the first place. Yeah. But keeping up a good partnership is like about attitude and how you take care of each other, which means you have to put yourself in a good position to keep someone and put yourself in a wise position so you know what kind of person you want to pick and rely on or be supported by. And I don't think a lot of modern advice helps anybody with that. If anything, understanding the modern risks as well as understanding why the traditional advice worked is probably the most useful way you're going to navigate that kind of mess.
Mama says Leon is nothing but an unscrupulous adventurer who took advantage of an innocent girl, but I know it's not true.
True. Maybe talk to your dad when you get to that age about how to vet the guys. Or let him do it. There are ways. It's just that they don't teach them anymore. My parents didn't teach me. I'm learning about it from other sources. Other people who've, like... Yeah, a lot of people on both sides feel like that. Because the guys feel like they're getting a bad deal with the women. The women feel like they're getting a bad deal with the men because they're players that all women want. They're successful. They have all the points that women find attractive, and the guys feel like, okay, the majority of women don't want me because I grew up rather weak-willed because of how society raised me. I'm not desired. I'm not impressed with how women treat men either. It's like, it's a bad deal for everyone. You gotta work with what you got to do better. Find better and do better. For both guys and girls. Because the way people behave do have consequences, after all.
Papa looks 10 years older since he learned of my pregnancy. But what seems to have affected him the most was to ask Herr Zimmer for help.
Well, here's the thing. Yes, women do, they are fueled by attention. Guys are fueled by respect. The idea of the traditional relationship was the girl looks for a guy she can respect, and by doing that, she compares him to her father. Is he competent? Is he kind to me? Is he useful? And then she supports him. The guy looks for a girl, is like, is she going to respect me? Is she going to be a good mother? That sort of thing. Build a strong family. That's how they came up with the roles. The guy is better at handling the stress and the dangerous and dirty jobs. The woman is better at nurturing for attention, both from the husband and the children. Yeah, but men and women are not the same, to be quite frank. We're physically not the same. We don't even think the same. We're not motivated by the same stuff. Yeah, that's fair. I think the degrading both in weakness of will and body and character has been going on for quite a few decades. But I'm not going to give up on myself yet. I'm going to be better than what my parents intended. Well, I know they thought they were doing the best for me and my brother, but I'm not impressed with the results of what my life has become, or who I am versus who I need or want to be. Well, you have to also, there's the emotional part, but you also have to consider, like, how you're going to build your lives together, because a lot of people want a familial connection with children. I know I do. The way that breaks is usually through nihilism. A lack of trust in self and the other, in society, in children. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that much is obvious. If my partner's that says they don't want children, or they're in a position where they like children, they want to nurture children, but they're like scared to have their own children, and they're not willing to admit that to themselves, that's not a good position to be in either. The way I figured out I wanted children was, I was thinking, if I'm a parent in the future, am I going to be a bad dad? Am I going to be a worthless dad? That fear got me thinking about it, and then that just felt like a gnawing loneliness. I think it comes more naturally to women. It's just that women aren't raised that way today anymore by society. No, I think I would do I'm gonna do better. I don't think there's anything passive about being nurturing, actually. Like, that's a hard thing. That's a lot to go through. if anything, I'm gonna do what my parents didn't do for me. I'm gonna like give them the hard lessons so they can do better because reality is not kind out there. They're gonna have to toughen up a bit in order to do better. In order to do that for my children, future children, unborn children, unconceived children, I'm gonna have to change. I have to become more disciplined, tougher, more motivated, in a better position financially and socially. You know, be actually able to actually be able to talk to girls.
No need to go in the bathroom. I've already packed my toiletries, and I won't feel sick again until tomorrow morning. I'm almost done here. I just need to add my medicine and the brochure Hertzimmer gave Papa and Mama. Oh, and a little souvenir of them would be nice. Junta inspired me, I guess.
Worn out? Yeah, that's a possibility. That's kind of the overworked. I've heard some stories online of dads and husbands who feel overworked because the woman they married has no interest in really keeping peace in the home and taking responsibility for the home while he's working. So the guy comes home and he's doing everything anyways, and it's just wearing him out, even though he's trying to keep the family together because he wants to keep the mother and the children with him. Some of them, at some point, they just can't do it anymore. So yeah, with both guys and girls, when they start acting selfish like that, it can get real bad. Which is why everyone's just losing faith in each other. So yeah, there's probably a good... Yeah, but who benefits when both parties are working? Corporations. So... whose idea was it, originally? If I can get myself into a position where I can provide all of that myself, I mean, that just takes people further away from human connections. So home office work is got some trade-off. It's very convenient. But for like person-to-person interactions that mean more than just you and me talking as strangers online, workplace is all right for that. Yeah. But I get the feeling the other possibility is that we're just going to be so busy scrolling on our phones. Because you take the at-work workplace away. True. But those are desk jobs. I work a labor job. Doesn't work that way. Have to be there to do the stuff. If you take away the workplace interactions, that's one source of interaction being removed. Yeah, I do. It's not a bad thing. I get exercise. It's good. I still want to be stronger, but good.
Well, that should be it. All I need to do now is to conclude my diary entry and hide it somewhere safe with Leon's letter.
Right, the diary is how we get both sides of the story in this episode. Yes, I know. Lift with the knees.
Now you know everything, dear diary. It is now, I guess, the time to say goodbye for a while.
Less for a while, more for forever. So that's where we get the connection to the sanatorium. Which means that's our next destination. And that mystery stalker in the mountains has to be Leon. Is he still alive now? I mean, he would still stay spry, especially
All
if...
I can hope now is that Leon will survive winter in those faraway mountains. And that he will find a way to come home and clear his name. We will wait until then, me and the baby.
So he meets his granddaughter or great-granddaughter instead, maybe.
Me and the baby?
Do you still think there might be a family connection between you, Kate Walker?
Well, all I know is that my family on my mother's side came from Europe. Well, like a lot of New Yorkers, right? I don't know from where exactly, but... And then there's the music box my mother left me, which it turns out plays the Vagan anthem. I mean, it all seems so magical. Almost like destinies at play.
Or a coincidence, Kate Walker. The law of coincidences states that the more an individual is liable to believe in coincidences, the more coincidences happen to them.
But then there's the fact, Oscar, that everyone keeps telling me Dana and I look so much alike.
What do you plan on doing now, Kate Walker?
According to the diary, Dana left for a sanatorium outside of town. The records might tell what became of her and her baby. But before we go, there's something that's been bothering me.
What is it, Kate Walker?
The pogrom that Frau Heigl told us about, the one during which the house and the neighborhood were ransacked, happened in 1938, if I recall correctly. Dana said that she was leaving for the sanatorium for a few months at the end of 1937.
Indeed, Kate Walker. So it is very likely she was safe and sound over there when the pogrom occurred.
Yes, but what if she was home with her baby? I need to be sure before we leave for the sanitarium, Oscar. We need to search the neighborhood for more evidence.
All right, Kate Walker. Where you lead, I will follow. As long as you don't forget your bag.
Trust me, Oscar. You're the only friend I've got right now. I ain't losing you.
True crime? I mean, I find it interesting from time to time. What do you have in mind? All right. Nice.
Threats, riddled with misspellings and signed Frank Hoss. that member of the Brown Shadow who had it in for Leon at the refuge. Looks like he never forgave them and was after Dana during the pogrom.
Indeed, Kate Walker. But the very existence of this message could mean she wasn't home when those tragic events occurred.
We're getting close, but it's not enough to draw conclusions yet. So, according to that letter, Dana was supposed to stay at the sanatorium until December 1938. Looks like there were medical complications.
Sister Magdalena, Baden's Sanatorium, Osterthal. So she's within Osterthal, but not necessarily within Wagen? June 13th, 1938. Dear Herr Roze, please accept my heartfelt thanks for the new donation Herr Zimmer made to our institution on your behalf. Therefore, it is my pleasure to inform you that Dana can remain with us until December 1938 as you asked. It is indeed the most reasonable thing we can do regarding the deterioration in her health. Please rest assured that we will continue to keep good care of her. Yours sincerely, Sister Magdalena, Mother Superior of the Baden Sanatorium.
Come on, Oscar, we need to find more clues. Dana's initials.
We were on the other side of this wall earlier, Kate Walker.
It's like we've gone through a looking glass.
I do not understand, Kate Walker.
Forget it. I don't know what I'm saying.
If you say so, Kate Walker.
You brought up true crime because this is reminding you a bit of true crime, the whole investigative storyline. Find out about the pogroms.
I hope you won't hold it against me.
Okay, so we're not going to find out the pogroms from her.
I need to find out if Dana escaped the pogrom.
Indeed, Kate Walker. A monument dedicated to the victims.
Thank you for reminding me of that. Wagner Olivia.
Some of the names are covered up with dirt. How can I clean it?
Old handkerchief. Seems a waste. We could just get any brush or handkerchief. Her parents, Rose Anton and Rosalina.
Anton and Lena Roze. Dana's parents. Oh, God. They were killed during the pogrom.
Is Dana Roze also mentioned?
It doesn't look like it, no. But I need to be sure.
Nope, can't see anymore. All right. Who do I ask next? Oh, this!
Huh. According to that book, the pogrom occurred at the beginning of November 1938.
So she still would have been there at December. September 15th, 1935, anti-Vagaran laws are passed. March 12th, 1938, Osterthal is annexed by the Brown Shadow. November 9th, 1938, Brown Shadow organizes a night of pogroms against the Vagaran community, and especially its members living on the Varagan's Bridge of Mists. October 30th, 1943, the Allies declared that annexation of Osterthal and Austria were null and void. It's quite a few years later. It's like 5 years later. Yeah, I got a Discord. The Allies declared that the annexation of Osterthal and Austria were null and void. April 13th, 1945, Allied forces led by the Red Army liberate Wagen after intensive bombing. Sure. April 28th, 1945, Osterthal's independence is proclaimed. There you go.
I think that's it, Oscar. We know that the pogrom occurred at the beginning of November 1938. Dana's parents, Anton and Lena, were killed, that's certain. But Dana was supposed to be at the sanatorium back then.
Which seems to be confirmed by that message Herr Hoss left in the house, Kate Walker.
Exactly. So I guess we're done here, Oscar. Let's take the tram back to the guest house. We'll try to find that sanitarium first thing tomorrow.
So there's some times where I can actually travel just about anywhere. Other times, I can't.
So, there she is. The famous Kate Walker.
Eh?
Sorry, what?
Dana Roze. I knew her very well, you know. Our Dana darling. Waiting for the tram, aren't you? Well, we'd be better off speaking at the guest house. I hear there's a storm coming.
She's also at the guest house.
Pleased to make your acquaintance, Miss Walker. Colonel Blake.
Colonel Blake or Fraulein Junta?
Connecting the dots, are we? You're a very clever young woman. But you must be eager to know why I'm here in front of you, bearing the surname of one of Her Majesty's military officers. But here's our tram. Would you be so kind?
Why is she visiting now? I don't have a meme channel, no. Hand's a little off right there.
So, Miss Walker, you've been rather quiet. I would have thought you'd have some questions for me. No?
You mentioned the guest house. Are you that other guest I heard about?
Indeed, Miss Walker. It's actually Frau Wagner who told me about you. When she told me that you were looking for Dana, I knew I had to talk to you. Frau Wagner told me to call the academy, which I did, and the rector then redirected me towards the Bridge of Mists. And that's how I ended up wandering up and down it, asking about a mysterious American woman with a painting.
I read that you used your prestige as an artist to spy on the Brown Shadow for the UK before and during the war. So, what is your real name then? Junta Steinhoff or Colonel Blake?
Janice Blake is my name, Miss Walker. It's not the sort of name the Brown Shadow would have trusted, I'm sure you'll agree. So I took my mother's maiden name as an alias. Both my parents were diplomats from Austria, you see.
So you were some kind of double agent.
You make it sound more romantic than it really was, miss. But yes, I guess one could say so.
I guess you have new information about Dana for me?
I might very well indeed, Miss Walker, but what if you told me first what that little investigation of yours has dug up about Dana?
I know Dana was very concerned about Leon being on the run after the death of that scientist, Herr Berger. I can't blame her. How could he survive through the winter, all alone in the mountains in a strange country?
You did.
How could he? That's exactly the right question, Miss Walker. That origin expedition in Baltayar. What a mess that was.
I discovered today that Dana became pregnant that summer of 37. Leon was the father. So her parents decided to hide her in a sanatorium outside town. Which, I assume, saved her from the night of the Brown Shadow pogroms in Vagen.
You assume right, but her parents, on the other hand...
Yes, I heard they didn't make it.
Poor bastards, if you'll pardon my French.
So, that's basically all I know. Can you tell me what happened to Dana after she left for the sanatorium to have her baby?
I must confess, Miss Walker, that I was afraid you might overlook some of the painful information here, which is clearly the case.
What do you mean?
Look, I think it would be best if we stay in this carriage until the very end. I know it is an odd request to make, but you really must see this for yourself.
Well,
Until then, I recommend you look outside the window. I guarantee it'll be worth your while.
Sanatorium is bombed completely. We're not going to the guest house. Ha! Oh, that's great. It becomes a tram boat. He's even got water wheel at the back. Probably at the front too. Implausible, but fun. Baden Island. I knew it. We weren't going to the guest house. So Yunta's alive, and she was older than Leon, or as old as Leon.
I'm sorry, Miss Walker, but chasing you around that bridge was more exhausting than I thought.
That's okay. I can wait.
Ah, nonsense. I know how eager you are to find out about Dana. So you go first. I'll meet you at section 08. I'll come meet you there.
That must have been Dana's room.
Can't you just tell me what we're doing here?
I know it must seem cruel, speaking in riddles and keeping up all this mystery like a bloody fortune teller, but I promise you must see for yourself.
Okay then.
And don't forget, miss, section 08. Find it, and I'll meet you there.
Oof. Cold as hell here.
November 30th, 2005. Dear Mrs. Foster, I'm writing this addendum to my earlier report following a visit to the Bridge of Mist in Vagen. Glad to inform you I've managed to pick up Kate Walker's trail. Apparently she broke into what used to be the childhood home of that young woman she's been looking for, Dana Roze. Frau Heigl, the owner of the place, was furious when I questioned her. She had explicitly refused Kate access. Not only did Miss Walker break into her premises, she also uncovered an entire hidden floor of the premises. It had apparently been walled off in haste after the bombings during the liberation of Vagen. As for Frau Heigl, she seemed terrified at the prospect of a tax rise for the previously undeclared livable area that Kate had unblocked. But what struck me was the state of conservation of the place. This hidden floor of bygone days is where Dana Rose's childhood bedroom is located. It had remained virtually intact since the 1930s. The place did look as it had been ransacked, though, most likely during the pogroms that followed the accession to power of the Brown Shadow in 1938. I also made a sad discovery about the fate of Anton and Lena Roze, young Dana's parents. They were killed during these pogroms, but the fate of their daughter remains a mystery. I now plan to go to the little island in the middle of the Dombre. That's the river that runs through the Vagen, because Kate was seen in the company of a strange old lady after her visit to the bridge. How do you make that connection? The great Vagen swans are not only the immortal symbol of our town, they are living and fragile beings. So please do not feed the swans. Wrong and uncontrolled feeding can cause illness and be fatal to them. Ah, here's the part where I could just go anywhere. The Muller shop. Yeah, 10 minutes. It also kind of feels like... Is he really 10 minutes behind? Or is he a day or two behind?
bad idea. Can't leave now. I'd better stay around here for the time being.
Okay, so I can look at the other locations. I can't go to them.
How the heck do I get myself into these situations?
You know full well how. Oh, it really is a ruin.
These ruins, they look like they're from the Middle Ages or something.
Sanatorium was converted from an old castle, perhaps?
There's something sinister about all this.
Have no fear, Kate Walker. The sun's setting, and you're all alone in an isolated and derelict place. Statistically speaking, it is highly improbable that you'll meet anybody, good or bad.
Thank you, Oscar, but please do me a favor. Stop trying to reassure me, would you?
As you wish, Kate Walker.
He hasn't read any horror books. The Colonel doesn't know about Oscar.
Grim.
Okay, so not the ruins. Still standing. From afar.
This place gives me the creeps. Looks like... Oh, jeez.
It's a grave now? The baby must have survived. Dana might not have.
What is it, Kate Walker?
This place, it's a cemetery, Oscar. I think Dana's... Oh my god, she must have...
Don't jump to hasty conclusions yet, Kate Walker. You should try and find that spot that Colonel Blake mentioned.
I have to find Section 08 before I leave. I
keep
need to know.
interrupting. I keep interrupting when I don't mean to. Baden Cemetery.
Section 08 is over there. I don't have time to get lost in that maze.
Oh, I have time. Let's explore.
A cemetery? Oh my god. Impossible to get through. I'll have to find a way to go around it. Illegible.
What's this?
Something's missing here. Section F. It's not here. I need direction. Impossible to read. It can't be here. Better keep looking.
Oh, hello. What's this?
Impossible to get through here. Better find another way.
I'd explore more if there was more interesting conversation.
It's not here. I need directions. The inscription has faded away.
Why is it derelict?
Section G. It needs a key. But it doesn't look that strong, though.
Oh?
It needs a key. But it doesn't look that strong, though. The Undertakers must store their tools in it.
So the hammer I need to get in is in the...
Section K. A dead end. I'll have to go back.
Okay. How's their modern Undertaker's tools, yet they have not cleaned this place up? Shoot.
Section D. Impossible to read. A cemetery. Oh my god.
Now we're back at the start. And there's trees growing out of everything. How many decades did they leave this? That hammer was brand new.
Section P.
Come on. Move. There you go.
Section O. Right over there.
The Colonel's gonna have trouble navigating this. Unless she's been there recently. Oh, so I passed it. Wonderful.
Section O. That's it.
Ah, find nameplate of donors? Shoot. Did I miss out on an extra objective?
Anna Roze, 1938. Gone to a better place.
She died in childbirth.
Oh no.
This isn't the sanatorium. Okay. Anna, not Dana?
What happened?
Dana's health had deteriorated at the sanatorium. Her coughing fits, the pregnancy, and all the stress about Leon being on the run out there in Baltayar. It was just too much for her to bear. The doctors had to put her to sleep before her delivery. There were complications, and when she woke up, her parents told her the terrible news. They had already buried the baby girl.
I'm sorry, what? No! They lied! The parents lied. They gave it away. I bet you that's what happened.
And afterwards?
Dana became sterile because of the complications during childbirth. So she remained at the sanatorium a few months more. She was devastated, poor darling.
That's how she survived the pogroms.
Yes, but that didn't mean she was safe.
How come the Brown Shadow didn't go after Dana? They controlled Ostertal back then, right?
Oh, they would have eventually, believe me.
So what happened afterwards?
Dana lost everything. Her parents, her baby, Leon. I think she would have just given up if I hadn't been there that day. But I had to go to London. Back then, I used to get invited every year or so to all kinds of artistic events. I could then make out my report to the British Secret Service without arousing the Brown Shadow's suspicion. So I took Dana with me to save her from them.
Oh! We get an episode with a colonel?
Dana stayed in London for about 6 years. I found her a flat and a position with my real employer, the Foreign Office. She had no family, no friends, and in a way she had no life. She spent every minute she had in the office fighting in her own way against those who took everything from her. She went from one promotion to another, and soon she was among those in charge of coordinating all the resistance fighter groups pertaining to the different occupied countries of Europe.
All right, Dana. Focus. The Admiralty needs us to spot the enemy units on the map according to the reports they provided.
Special Operations Executive. Report of Agent BJB. On mission, censored and censored. Investigation on enemy units, movements, and SAM. Surface-to-air battery positions. French western coast situation. 2 SAM batteries have been spotted towards Dover. Tank divisions leaving Cherbourg to reach the SAM battery near Brest. The SAM battery near Caen is still active. Dover, Brest, Caen. Leaving Cherbourg. Okay, which one's which? Like, tank division is leaving Cherbourg to reach the SAM battery near Brest. SAM near Caen is still active. Towards Dover. Towards Dover. Our scouts have confirmed that 2 tank divisions are still positioned in Belgium. Please note that another tank division left for Le Havre. So what's this one? Maybe remove that one. A submarine is still positioned in the North Sea. I have no idea what this one is. That must be Kane. That must be Cherbourg. This is Le Havre. Calais, approaching Dover. 2 of the 3 submarines positioned in the Celtic Sea have left for Cherbourg. Okay. Tank. Two of the 3, Celtic Sea. A submarine left Cherbourg to meet with 1 positioned near Brest in the North Atlantic Ocean. Okay, how am I messing this up?
If I follow the instructions on the reports correctly, I should be able to place all the units mentioned.
Okay. Two of the 3 positioned in the Celtic Sea have left for Cherbourg. A submarine left Cherbourg to meet with 1 position near Brest in North Atlantic Ocean. Strasbourg. 2 salmon batteries have been spotted towards Dover. Tank divisions leaving Cherbourg reach the Sam near the battery near Brest. Yeah, Sam battery. Tank. Sand battery near Kane is still active. Yeah, that has to be it. Two tank divisions are still positioned in Belgium. There we go.
That's it, I guess. Yunda!
Dana, darling, you can use my real name here, you know.
Sorry, but I just can't get used to it. For me, you'll always be Ginger Yunta.
Charming. I'm sure I have Lenny to thank for that, hmm? You were always too soft on that little brat.
Oh, give her a break. What are you doing here? I'm so glad to see you.
Only doing my duty, Dana, darling. A gallery invited me for a conference, so I jumped at the occasion to report back to our superiors. But it might be the last time for a while, I'm afraid. It's getting very hard to leave the occupied territories, even for a famous so-called pro-brown shadow artist like me. Anyway, how have you been since my last visit?
Well, with Leon being missing and probably lying dead somewhere in Baltayar for the past 7 years, and what happened to my parents, you know how I feel. But it's all beginning to feel like a dream, Yunta. A distant dream. Especially her. And I don't want it to, I don't want her, my sweet Anna, to just fade away. I'm sorry, Yunta, but could we please change the subject?
Of course, darling.
What is it?
More work for you, actually.
Oh?
Yes. The Allies need someone for an operation with the Resistance in occupied territory, and they think it should be you. But truth be told, Dana, I'm not sure that's such a good idea.
Why not? I did volunteer for field operations. They've trained me a lot for that.
I know, Dana, but this operation will happen in Ostertal, right next to Wagen, actually.
I see.
Look, you don't need to answer me this minute. And no one would blame you if you declined the mission. We all know you don't only have happy memories of Wagen. You still have time to think it over. But before you give your final answer, they need you to identify the resistance group that will execute the operation. It's all explained here. And of course it's all top secret stuff. So you must cross-reference the documents right here in this room. You'll have to use that thing over there.
But I don't know how to use it.
I'm sure that's easy for you. You have such a clever mind, my little virtuoso. I'll see you later.
Well, let's get cracking then.
It's not time travel in the way you're thinking it's time travel. Pneumatic telegraph. Directorate of Special Operation, Foreign and Commonwealth Office, London. Top secret. Mission order number 07022-021. Revision 0404-1944. 4th month, 4th day. I traveled to the past and slapped my sense into my younger self. Get your life together, kid. Agent Roze, we need volunteers for a delicate operation with the resistance in one of the occupied countries, a country you know well, Ostertal. If you accept, you will be dropped near Wagen, so you can coordinate. but necessary. So you can coordinate an exfiltration operation of a civilian and get him into Switzerland. To do so, you'll be escorted by one of the main resistance networks in the region. It has obtained excellent results in the past few years. Silberspiegel. That's where she's going. Is she buried in the mountains? We're going back. We're going up that mountain. Whether you accept or not the mission, we need you to identify that network among other small underground groups active in Ostertal. For reasons of confidentiality, you are not to leave your office until you have done so. We have granted you temporary access to your workstation's pneumatic telegraph, a contribution to the war effort that was given to us by a French engineer, Hans. This machine will allow you to claim any relevant documents you might need. We wish you luck. L. I kept getting these horrible nightmares of Leon being attacked by ferocious snow creatures. I was sick this morning when I woke up, and I keep getting this oppressive feeling. Okay. That's when that was the day of the inspection of the mechanical operations of the piano. December 22nd, 1937. Dear Diary, so much has happened since I received Leon's letter a few days ago. I'm slowly recovering. Today, Papa and Mama told me that I was going to leave for a while. I'll explain what's going on, but I don't know where to begin. I need to gather my thoughts as I finish packaging my suitcase. The baby might have died if she wasn't feeding herself properly. October 14th, 1940. Dear Diary, well, I know. It's been 3 years already that I haven't written anything ever since I left for the sanatorium near Wagen. It's because my diary must be in that chest in my bedroom where I left it before leaving for my convalescence. So I found this English substitute in which I write these few lines. London. I've been living here in London for the past couple of years. This is where Junta brought me after the death of my parents, and of my... No, I don't want to talk about her. So it's been 2 years since Junta saved me from the pogroms that followed the annexation of Wagen. Three years since the sanatorium. 2 years since the pogroms. Junta, the filmmaker, or rather Janet as she's really called, turned out to be a double agent working for the Allies. I should have guessed. But the fact is, her leading a double life is what saved my life. Huh. Life. If that's what you can call my existence in London for the past 2 years. I spend my days pent up in Junta's flat, only popping out from time to time to pull down to the pub down the road to play a few notes on the piano. But I won't bring back my parents, nor Leon. Our daughter neither. During her short visits to London, Junta keeps urging me to pull myself together, saying that I'm depressed and I ought to see a specialist. But what's the point? I must admit I swore to never write again, but tonight I have nothing else to do. I'm stuck down here in the underground station with hundreds of others. The Brown Shadow has been bombing London almost every night. Feels like I'm being hunted down. It's almost as if the Brown Shadow was trying to flush me out to hurt me wherever I may be, as if to punish me for having the presumptuousness of escaping from them in Wagen. October 15th, 1940. Well, I survived yet another night bombing raid, but not everyone got away with it. In another underground station, a pipeline was hit by a bomb. The station got flooded. About 60 people died, drowned. There were children among the dead. I can't bear this feeling of being powerless. I can't stand having to wait for the next tragedy to avoid. I've got to do something. Fight against the shadow and try, within my modest means, to turn the tide of this 20th century that is becoming so tragic and which seems to be taking great delight in being so cruel to me. September 30th, 1941. So much has changed since last I wrote. The last time Junta came to visit me, just can't get used to calling her Janet. I asked if she could find me a job so I could participate in the war effort against the Brown Shadow. Junta must have taken my request as a sign that my mental state is better now, because she immediately set to work to answer my request. Using her connections, she managed connections, she managed to get me a job as a military assistant at the Foreign Office in the department in charge of supervising the resistance groups against the Brown Shadow in all of the occupied territories of Europe. I might just be a simple assistant for the moment, but I have every intention of rising through the ranks as far and as quickly as possible. At least this way, being focused on the struggle against the Brown Shadow will take my mind off everything else. December 1st, 1941. Christmas will soon be upon us. It's been 4 years now since Leon was to join me after his departure for Baltayar with the Origin expedition. Wherever you may be after all this time, rest in peace, my darling Leon. April 20th, 1942. I had the nasty surprise of waking up in the infirmary this morning. I was working really late again last night, and apparently I had just passed out. My superiors have threatened me with forced leave if I don't slow down. I know they are right, but I just can't help it. Every minute counts to anyone who wants to triumph over the Brown Shadow. May 5th, 1942. Had a fleeting visit from Yunta yesterday. Officially, she came for an exhibition. Unofficially, to make her report to the Foreign Office. Yunta heard about my malaise and my over-investment in my work. I was half expecting her to reprimand me, but not in the least. It even came to light that Yunta had pleaded in favor of me participating in field-based operations. Secret military operations! My training begins next week. I'm so excited! June 7th, 1942. It's been over a month since I began training. I feel exhausted, but everything has been going swimmingly. I must admit, at first, I was apprehensive about using weapons, but it turns out that I'm quite a dab hand. Needless to say, I'll never be a killing machine, but I do know how to defend myself, and my reflexes are good. So too is my capacity to take the right decisions in emergency situations, according to my instructor, that's what really counts. My trainer was at first doubtful at the idea of training a woman for combat, but given the spectacular results obtained by other female underground fighters in occupied territory, he has become more committed to training them. I've always wondered why these results weren't made public. Anyway, weapons are just a small part of my training. I'm also trained in military equipment, means of communication, tailing methods, and parachuting. All that's left to do now is finish this training and receive my first mission. Can't wait. July 4th, 1943. Most of my field training is done. I'm now only asked to attend the odd training session to keep up to par. So I've returned to my office to work while waiting for them to assign me to a mission. And I'm still waiting. I've raised the subject with my superiors, who invariably keep saying that they are waiting for the right opportunity. So there's nothing else to do but wait. I'll just have to sit tight and continue to contribute to the war effort against the Brown Shadow by coordinating the various resistance groups in occupied territory. Prepare?
Could one imagine anything as insane as the whole wide world at war? And for the second time in barely a generation. Yunta said I wasn't allowed to leave the room until I identified. We're snowed under. The paperwork is piling up, and problems with it. I guess winning a war takes time, and it's something we cruelly lack.
Supermarine Spitfire.
The most widely used Allied single-seat fighter plane. I probably owe it my life, like all of us here.
Oh, window.
The Blitz ended a few years earlier, but now the Brown Shadow is sending us a new death machine. The V2.
Oh.
We've reconquered North Africa and half of southern Italy, and we aren't going to stop there. The Soviets are on the move. They've reconquered most of their territory, and they're closing in on the Brown Shadow. The Brown Shadow still occupies the whole of Central and Western Europe. The United Kingdom seems pretty much on its own as representative of the free world in Western Europe. Compressed air. That must be for mixing the correct proportions of rarefied air in the system with the compressed air. Compressed air. I think I need to get the mixture right, paying close attention to the rarefied air. From what I can understand of that thing, the pressure must be high in the left tube, but low in the right one. I guess I must apply the right setting for the pressure to remove that safety device. It's stuck. I'll have to remove the safety device.
Nope.
Silly me. Can't be it. Better try something else.
Obtain list of resistance networks.
Right. Let's see.
Alpine lever.
Edelweiss? A coincidence. It must be a coincidence. Cletus alias.
Come here now, my pretty Edelweiss.
Don't call me that, you know I don't like it.
It's true, though. That's exactly what you are, my pretty Edelweiss.
If you keep that up, Leon Kobatis, I'll find you a nickname too.
Go on then.
All right. Your nickname will be Alpine Lover from now on. Leon! He's alive. He's alive. He's alive! I need to... Oh, good grief. But how did he... Yunta! Yunta!
So Leon made it from Baltayar. But how?
I have no idea, miss. All I know is that he survived for almost a year in the mountains before coming back to Ostertal to set up the Edelweiss resistance group.
Which made Dana accept the mission you told her about back then, right?
Of course, she was given extra training and was dropped near Vagan the following summer to carry it out. We'd better get going. It looks like the storm is coming.
You go first. I'll meet you at the tram station in a minute.
Of course. Take all the time you need.
So, the story is the baby died and this is her grave. Got it. Yeah. Find nameplate of donors.
A dead end. I'll have to go back.
Who are the donors? Donors to the cemetery? Also this.
It needs a key. The Undertakers must store their tools in it.
I mean, come on. There's a puzzle here, I know it. Show me the money.
Impossible to get through here. Better find another way.
What is Yuta doing here, though?
Impossible to get through here. Better find another way.
Okay.
To find my way, I can just follow the cemetery wall. Like this, I'm bound.
That's a good idea. Show me your secrets. Oh, hello.
I recognize some of the names here. Pretty interesting. But I should get back to what I was doing.
To our generous donors, Jan Auer, Elizabeth N., Marcus Fritzl, Leopold Heilig, Lenny Renner, Lenny, Matilda Rottmeyer, Cher Brewer, Eric Fischer, Katja Glasser, Magdalena Newman, Julian Sandmeyer, Adam Zimmer. Am I going to be visiting the grave again? To open it up? Is that why I can look at the Undertaker's... How many places am I going to be revisiting? Mechanism. Anna, block, toolshed, mechanism.
Is there anything that requires my assistance?
I'm gonna need you to be my eyes, Oscar.
Will do. Just call me whenever you need directions.
I could have done that from the start.
I can't figure out where to go.
What would she do without me?
Nice.
Something's missing here.
So, the bag, again.
Yeah? Automated closing time. When the machine
heck?
says
What is
no,
it, Kate Walker?
The
it says
gates, they
no.
just closed. Oh, there must be a mechanism to open them somewhere.
There always is, Kate Walker.
Just imagine if other stuff is automated like that. Like, what do I do now?
Something's missing here. It seems to have to do with the gates. A dead end. I'll have to go back. It seems so old. This place must be centuries old. Maybe I could use this with the lock, but it's out of reach.
You can walk through there.
Can you bring that pickaxe closer, Oscar?
Of course, Kate Walker.
You were a lot more energetic and spry, while you were hardly in control. She's had some practice with this thing. She has very good aim.
Useless. Looks like it's compatible with a bigger mechanism.
Doesn't look like it's a Vorarlberg crank. Interesting. What was the point of that whole puzzle, though? Does something happen to Yunta?
You seem disappointed, Kate Walker.
About what?
Well, correct me if I am wrong, but the fact that Dana Roze lost her baby and became sterile disproves your hypothesis that there can be a family link between you, doesn't it?
You're not wrong, Oscar, but I'm just stupidly over-optimistic. I wish I were like you, and not controlled by stupid emotions.
Nice of you to say, I guess.
Sorry, Oscar. That didn't come out so well.
I don't know. Oscar seems pretty human. If straight-laced.
Are you all right, Miss Walker? This must have been quite a shock for you, wasn't it? Let's take the tram back to the guest house, Miss Walker. I'm very sorry to have brought you such bad news. This must have been quite a shock for you, wasn't?
Upsetting discovery. So that's why it's shaped like a boat. Although, I have a hard time believing you would actually float. It does look rather top-heavy. And it's all to visit that one location in the middle of the river. Where's this? Oh, it's just the other side of the bank. Wait a second. This is powered by electrical wires with a contact. How does it get to the other side? There are no wires.
What about that mission Dana led with Leon's resistance network?
It didn't turn out well, Miss Walker. Actually, that's the reason I left London to be here.
Oh?
Yes, just a second, Miss Walker. Where did I put it?
What did he say
What
found?
with this blasted storm? It's all over the papers. Here, have a look for yourself.
Storm. Excavation work at Devil's Pass has been interrupted. An unexpected storm has obliged the Council to remove the bodies trapped in the ice since the Second World War and to move them to the Silberspiegel Refuge. Those frozen bodies near the refuge. I heard about them just yesterday. Do you mean...
There has been no formal identification yet, Miss Walker.
But it's plausible that...
That Leon, at least, is among those bodies, yes.
What happened to Leon?
According to the testimonies I've obtained, Leon was killed on that mission the Foreign Office tasked Dana to lead. An avalanche, apparently. I am one of the few people still alive to be able to identify him, which is why I'm here. If it weren't for this bloody storm, it would have been done today.
Do you think Dana could be among the bodies?
I suppose it would be logical. It would explain why I never saw or heard of her again after the mission. Yet, according to some witnesses, Dana survived the war and indeed helped resistance fighters from Wagen until the liberation. But if those testimonies were true, then Dana vanished after the war.
What about the other bodies?
According to the medical examiner's office, in all, 3 bodies have been extracted from the ice. The one presumed to be Leon, and 2 others, a man and a woman not yet identified.
I see.
Try to stay positive, Miss Walker. Only a visual identification will allow us to be certain. We can go as soon as this storm's over, probably tomorrow or the day after.
Right.
Miss Walker, we've arrived. But you're not coming, are you? Well, Miss Walker, you might not be related to Dana, but you bloody well certainly remind me of her.
Alright. Where's our detour taking us? It's going up in the middle of the storm.
So, instead of waiting for the storm to pass and for the official identification of the bodies, I might add, that were trapped in the ice for 6 decades, you, and by extension me, are going to climb up the mountain so you can identify them yourself.
I know, Oscar, I know. But I've just got to be sure. Because if one of those bodies turns out to be Dana, I...
We'll have no more trains to chase?
There'll always be another train. Okay. All hooded up. We still got some time. We're gonna meet our mystery mountaineer, alpinist, that was following us yesterday. Or it can't have been Janet. That was following us yesterday. Yesterday it was a guy, and he was quite spry still. December 1st, 2005. Dear Mrs. Foster, last night I went to the little island of Baden where Kate Walker went after she visited the Bridge of Mists. I lost time in the cemetery where the mechanical entrance gates seemed to follow strict opening times, and I got lost in the maze-like alley. But I did make an interesting discovery. A grave. It was in the name of a certain Anna Roze. Going by the dates engraved on the sinister-looking headstone, I deduced that it was of a stillborn child, most probably the daughter of that of Dana Roze, who Miss Walker is trying to track down. That wasn't the only revelation of that exhausting night, though. I returned to the Darnberg guest house where Kate Walker stayed while in Wagen. Frau Wagner, the owner of the establishment, might have been as closed as a clam in solidarity for Kate Walker, but that wasn't the case for her only guest. This was a very old British lady who introduced herself as Colonel Janet Blake. She was quite talkative and confirmed it was she who escorted Miss Walker to the cemetery. It turns out the old lady knew Dana Roze in her youth when she was acting as a double agent during the war. By day she was an artist and brown shadow propagandist known by the name of Junta Steinhoff, and by night she was a member of the British Secret Service. This double identity enabled her to save Miss Roze from the pogroms of 1938 that shook Wagen and led to the death of the girl's parents. It was this Colonel Blake who took the young woman to England and even found her a position in London with her real employer, the Foreign Office. Miss Roze worked there from 1938 to 1944. It was during this period that she found out that her mountaineering lover and father to her dead daughter had survived an expedition which, in 1937, had taken him to the faraway oriental country of Baltayar. What is more surprising is that he returned to create one of the most efficient resistance groups against the Brown Shadow. Dana volunteered to be airdropped into this group on a mission to evacuate a VIP to the neighboring Switzerland. That's her in her aerial gear. However, Colonel Blake confirmed that the operation went terribly wrong. An avalanche had apparently wiped out a number of the members of the resistance group. It turns out that these must have been the bodies found at Devil's Pass, not far from the refuge in Syberia, which I had visited a short time beforehand. So, he's literally 10 minutes behind, because the old lady went back there just now, and Kate is on the refuge right now. It appears that when Kate Walker found out about this, she hurried to the refuge to identify the bodies herself. It seems that she was terrified at the idea that the body of Dana Roze would be among them. So she took off to the refuge in the middle of the night during a storm that had hit Vaughan that evening. Day after then. Fine. Colonel Blake, seconded by a discreet nod from Frau Wagner, confirmed to me that she had not seen Kate since. So without further delay, I shall return to the refuge in the hope that the worst hasn't come of Kate Walker during the unreasonable jaunt in the middle of a blizzard. In the middle of a blizzard. Storm. Excavation work at Devil's Pass have been interrupted. By Marcus Klein. An unexpected storm has obliged the Council to remove the human bodies trapped in the ice since the Second War and to bring them to the Syberia refuge. Indeed, the excavation of the bodies of the 3 World War II resistance fighters has been momentarily halted due to poor weather conditions. The bodies caught in ice for over 60 years were found at Devil's Pass. The grim discovery by local climbers was made possible by the rising snow line in the present climate of global warming. The chief of mountain rescue said the storm would continued on page 4.
It stops just before Dana left for the sanitarium, in the winter of 1937.
It looks like it's holding up, despite the storm. I don't think it's cold enough for fuel to freeze, but maybe someone should store it inside, just in case. I don't think it's cold enough for fuel to freeze, but maybe someone should store it inside, just in case.
So she's not volunteering. Pardon me.
Are you sure you want to stay under the storm to see the bodies, Kate Walker? They'll still be here tomorrow, you know.
Maybe, Oscar, but I can't wait. I've just got to know now.
Lenny's left her lookout post. Hardly surprising with this blizzard. Darn it, of course I need a coin again. I'm not gonna get a decent photo in this weather. I'm not gonna get a decent photo in this. So that's where the avalanche happened that's supposed to have buried Leon during the war.
Shoot, I interrupted it. Damn it.
That's where the bodies were found.
No! I can inspect the common room
What's
later.
this?
Oh, it's the frozen bodies from the Devil's Pass. The forensic team had to bring them up here because of the blizzard. But their generator shut off. I'm concerned it could damage the bodies.
Where's Demoiselle Lenny?
Oh, in her room, resting. She collapsed right after the forensic team left for Wagen.
Jeez, what happened?
I'm pretty sure it has to do with the bodies. I mean, she was staring down in that direction for, well, all the time. And then, when they brought them up from the Devil's Pass, it was like she had seen a ghost or something. It was almost as if...
As if she knew the departed.
What?
Is someone taking care of her?
Oh yes, don't worry. She's with that hermit who brings her wood and provisions sometimes.
Okay, in that case, you go back inside. I'll take care of the generator.
Are you sure?
Positive, just go. Go on. I need to check something in the tent anyway.
Hermit.
Brrr, that bloody storm.
They must have carried Demoiselle Lenny to her room after she collapsed.
It's not exactly a Voroblood key, but her dad did invent it, not Hans.
They must have carried Demoiselle Lenny to her room after she collapsed.
That is a Voroblood key.
Looks like I can change its shape.
Almost. It is slightly different.
A photo of Leon on a ship. Must have been taken during his return from Baltayar. But I still can't figure out how he survived the winter while he was on the run over there. Lenny also had that newspaper clipping about Leon. Looks like the old girls built a veritable shrine to him. Demoiselle Lenny had tea with someone. Maybe with that alpinist guy. Another one of those cigars. There's something truly odd going on with Demoiselle Lenny. I really ought to have a little chat with her. But before, the bodies. They are all that count right now. Too small for a door. Look, Oscar! A distant cousin!
What are you talking about, Kate Walker? And why are you laughing?
No time to explore the refuge again. I need to find the frozen bodies.
Then what are the keys for? Why did I gather them?
There must be something missing here. Wrong one. No, I don't think so.
Hold on. Hardtack. That is Leon's hardtack box. He has to be the hermit.
Ugh, dry biscuits. Wonder how long they've been there. Must be to crank up the generator. Nothing. Speak to me, Oscar!
This button must have turned on the generator, Kate Walker. But you still need to use the starter.
Okay! Thanks, Oscar!
Engineer expertise for you.
The gas tank's empty. I better find some fuel so I can turn on the generator.
Didn't you come across a jerry can earlier? Better go check it out.
Yes! Thanks, Oscar! Looks like this one's full. Empty. Wrong one. Too heavy. I need something lighter so I can carry it to the generator.
Someone watching me.
Got the tank all filled. Now I just need to start the generator.
I'll bet Leon survived because of the grunt or whatever those things are. The Yetis helped him.
Forensics Institute of Vagin. That's not Dana in this body bag.
White man, brown hair, about 50 years of age. There's every reason to believe that this is the body of Harold Exner. Exner was to be exfiltrated by Leon Kobatis, whose remains are also thought to be among the frozen bodies, during a resistance operation. The party was probably swept away by an avalanche in the mid-1940s.
Leon. It's as if he died yesterday. Like in those stories where people are found perfectly preserved in ice for decades after being carried away by an avalanche. Hard to believe he's been dead for over 60 years. That's quite amazing. and grim at the same time.
White man, around 30, fair hair, body in an exceptional state of preservation after being trapped in ice for many decades. Probably died in an avalanche in the mid-1940s. Everything indicates that this is the body of alpinist and resistance fighter Leon Kobatis, reported missing during a delicate exfiltration operation. His identity should be confirmed by further analysis and a visual identification expected to take place soon.
Leon. It's as if he died yesterday. Like in those stories where people are found perfectly preserved in ice for decades after being carried away by an avalanche. Hard to believe he's been dead for over 60 years. That's quite amazing. And grim at the same time.
Just wanted to use the same character model.
An unidentified blonde woman in her 40s.
It's
that
not.
Can't be Dana.
It's not Dana. White female, blonde hair with blue eyes, between 40 and 50 years of age. Due to a lack of evidence, her identity is impossible to determine with certitude. However, given the presumed identity of the two other bodies found in the ice, there is every reason to believe that this person participated in the resistance operation that was probably swept away by an avalanche in the mid-1940s.
That's it, Oscar. Dana's body is not among those found with Leon's. What a relief.
Now that that's cleared up, Kate Walker, maybe we should take shelter within somewhat more solid premises.
Right. We should go and check on Demoiselle Lenny in the refuge. I have a lot of new questions for her.
So then, who's our stranger alpinist? If he's not Leon, because Leon is deceased. What is my key to? Okay, so apparently I don't care about the attic. Probably cold up there anyways. Yeah.
Hello? Sir?
Are you sure you want to follow that individual, Kate Walker?
I don't think he looked threatening. Rather the opposite, Oscar.
He's not human. It's the friend Leon made. He literally civilized him. I wonder if he speaks English. Oh, my objective changed.
It's locked. Sir? Are you there?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. No, he doesn't have to play.
What have we got here?
The system keeps giving me warning to allow the post, and I don't know what that means. Nuggets. The journey. Brothers and sisters in arms. But is fine. That was the first time I've ever seen that pop-up happen. The meeting. I knew it, I knew it, I knew it, I knew it.
This portrait, it looks like Leon. The style reminds me of that other portrait of him that he described in his letter from Baltayar.
Glasses,
The
too.
one made by the...
Derna.
The Gorun.
No, not Derna. She's old, like me.
I'm Kate. Kate Walker.
Kate Walker.
Yes. And you're the one that Leon saved during the Origin expedition a long time ago, aren't you?
Yes.
The Goran from Baltayar. Well, you've come a long way, Mr.
Ludwig. Ludwig Hardtack.
Well, Mr. Ludwig, if you don't mind my asking, what happened when you and Leon returned to Ostertal to join the resistance fighters? And how did you meet Dana?
He became a smoker. Yeah, because it's his favorite food.
Leon. My brother.
These drawings, they're moments from your life, aren't they? Is that when you met Dana?
No.
That little figure there. That's you, isn't it? When you were a child in Baltayar.
Yes.
And the two adults there, are they your parents?
Uh-huh.
Looks like a river. And that little figure looks wounded. Is that you when you met Leon and the scientist from the Origin expedition?
Yes.
That person in the middle of the others was in the other paintings. That's Leon, isn't it?
Yes. Leon.
That group. Is it your tribe, Mr. Ludwig?
Yeah.
So you all live together in a cave in Baltayar? Right. So you and your tribe took Leon in after the death of Reinhard Berger in 1937. That's how he was able to survive the winter in the mountains. Then you went with Leon when he decided to return to Vagen to join the resistance fighters?
Mm-hmm.
These combat scenes, are they of the liberation of Vagan?
Before. During resistance.
The blonde girl with you and Leon can't be Lenny, right?
Yes. Lenny, my sister.
I knew Lenny was a resistance fighter, but she never told me she fought alongside Leon, let alone you. She even went as far as saying that she never saw Leon again after 1937, when they all met at the refuge with Dana. Why would she hide something so important?
Time to check on Lenny. Come, Kate Walker.
This sketchbook, I think it was Leon's.
It kind of looks like concept art. Because this does not actually match exactly what we see in the rest of the game. That oven is not quite right. Nice. Last night I had the most beautiful dream. Reunited with Dana. Inspect.
Detonating wire, just like in the old movies.
Kept some of his equipment. The Mountain Murderer. Have you seen this terrorist? 10,000 marks. Reward for information leading to the capture, dead or alive, of one Ludwig Hartak, better known as the Mountain Murderer. Wanted for murder, dead or alive. He is part of the worst band of rogues Vagan has ever known. Probably from his, resistance days.
This symbol looks like a warning. Some kind of map. Looks like the Devil Pass to me. Could all those marks indicate where the Gorons searched for Leon's body? These must be plans for secret operations. Must have been some kind of a headquarters here. Maybe for local resistance fighters such as Leon and his group. Weapons. Must have been here since the war, I guess.
A lot of it looks like it's been here since the war. Old propaganda poster, the super resistant. The super resistant does not exist.
So much happened to the Gorun since Leon found him in Baltayar. What a life he had. But there are still so many gray areas. I need to learn more from Demoiselle Lenny now. It's locked.
Ah, Fräulein. I knew you would be back eventually. Judging by your face, you and Ludwig already met.
We have. And it raised a lot of questions about you. About what you said to me the first time we met, and about what you didn't say.
Of course. You can run from your past, but never truly escape it. Huh. But you already know that. Don't you, Fräulein?
What was it, like a Kickstarter that you got the collector's edition from? Also, was the Oscar keychain of the... Oh, you can just buy it? Is the Oscar keychain of, like, classic Oscar or one of Mark II or Mark III? It honestly sounds expensive. That makes sense.
I want to understand Demoiselle Lenny. I'd like to understand why you didn't tell me about Leon's death, about fighting with him in the Resistance, and about the Gore, and about Mr. Ludwig. It would have saved us both so much time and effort.
Because it would have only begged questions. Questions which lead to events that I've never spoken about to anyone. Not even to you, dear Ludwig.
Lenny.
Still, I suppose it doesn't matter now. Perhaps it's time I confess my crime.
What are you talking about?
It was the best years of my life. Joining the Resistance, unlike my coward of a father, and fighting alongside Leon after he miraculously got back from Baltayar with Ludwig. It gave me purpose.
Oh, we get an episode with Lenny. This game just keeps on
Leon
giving.
Was a terrific
and it's all good.
leader. I could feel he was finally taking me seriously, especially with Dana being missing. I knew he was still in love. After all, didn't he cross the globe to rescue her? But we all thought he arrived too late, that Dana had died with her parents during the pogroms. So I believed his mourning would eventually come to an end. And that's when Dana fell from the sky, literally.
Dana was sent by London, right? To oversee that operation led by your Resistance network? The exfiltration of a civilian to Switzerland, if I recall correctly.
Indeed. But Leon never told us that Dana was involved. Maybe he was afraid to believe it himself.
Oh.
You should have seen them, Fräulein. It was as if they had never left each other.
Do you know if Dana ever mentioned a child?
Maybe they were planning to have one in Baltaya, who knows?
That'd be a no.
In Baltayar?
Yes, that's all they ever talked about. How they were going to live over there after the war, along with Ludwig and his tribe. But it was to be just another broken dream.
I mean, she's supposed to be there to help them. She's kind of just messing around.
Right. I should call London now. My radio's downstairs.
I've raised the subject with my superiors who invariably keep saying that they are waiting for the right opportunity. Right, we already read that. June 20th, 1944. Dear Diary, not long now before I embark on my mission. So I thought I'd write down a few thoughts to try to unwind a little. It's been a few months now that I first found out that Leon is alive, and yet I can still hardly believe it's true. Anyway, tomorrow I'll be dropped off over the mountain of Vagen. I'll be joining Leon and his resistance group at the Syberia refuge. Funny, that's exactly where we first met, where it all began and between us. Herr Gustav will have left, and the place will have been abandoned, only being used as an outpost for local resistance groups. I ought to feel nervous because of the airdrop, but that's not what worries me at all. Actually, I'm feeling anxious because of the reunion with Leon. Will he remember me? I know that London has informed him that I'm the one who's been mandated to supervise the mission, but there's no way of knowing how Leon feels about it. Will he still love me? Should I talk about Anna? Should I spare him the pain of knowing about that awful tragedy? I better get some sleep, and I need to keep focused on the mission. The civilian I have to escort into Switzerland is essential to the war effort and therefore to the struggle against the Brown Shadow. That's what I need to be thinking about right now, not about Leon. But all the same, Leon, after all this time, and what if...
Leon's drawing book. I recognize the mountains of Vagen in these drawings. Leon must have drawn them during his expeditions in the region. These drawings date from the summer we met, when I worked here. These landscapes don't look like they're from the Vagen region. Leon must have done these drawings when he was in Baltayar with the Origin expedition. This is a drawing of the Goruns. Herr Gustav housed me here when I worked at the refuge. I have so many fond memories with Leon here. When I left for London with Junta, I never thought I'd see the place again, let alone be here again with Leon. One of Leon's paintings. He did one of me posing on the terrace that summer when we met. He even gave me the painting so I would think of him when he was in Baltayar. I expect it got destroyed by the Brown Shadow when they pillaged Papa's gallery.
There we go.
The Goron's lair.
Lair, not housing.
Lenny's old room. I should stay away. Leon's men must have settled down in the dormitories.
Made it back from Vaughan despite the Brown Shadow's tightening of the curfew. The hardest part was telling Fran's parents that their son had been killed in the last operation. The father was especially caught up when I told him he couldn't recover his son's body. I tried to explain that Hardtech buries all our fallen in the eternal snow, like a frozen cemetery. So they become one with the mountain, and rest in peace beside the fallen brothers in arms where there's no risk of the Brown Shadow ever finding them and desecrating their graves. Anyway, even though they knew Franz knew of the risks, it didn't make it any easier for them to accept his death. I tried to reason with the father, and he finally resigned himself to just asking for Fran's effects. I don't see why he would refuse, but I'd never been asked this before. So what do you think? Do you think Leon would mind? Lenny.
Personal effects in a heap. Can't be a good sign.
Radio's probably upstairs.
Judging by these installations, Leon's network seems particularly well organized. Pity the same can't be said for all the resistance networks the Foreign Office deals with. May I? True brothers and sisters in arms. You can sense that the three of them stand together as one. Lenny and the Goron seem close. It's nice that she's found a friend. Not that Herr Gustav lacked affection for her, but she spent too much time alone in that refuge. The Goron described Leon as his brother. They must have shared lots of adventures together since Leon saved him from the clutches of Herberger. Your drawings are beautiful.
For you, Dana Rose.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Ludwig. It's almost as if you were there with us that night.
Leon told me.
Did he speak about me?
All the time.
I should go now. Talk to you later, Mr. Ludwig. Oh, it looks like Leon and me in this drawing. The Goron must have drawn it from Leon's accounts of us. Even though the Foreign Office trained me to shoot, I'm glad my parachute drop went as planned and I didn't have to use my gun. Well, not yet at least. If this propaganda against the resistance fighters is anything to go by, The brown shadow must be pretty desperate.
Another terrorist sabotage perpetrated by the White Army. Not the Red Army? The White Army?
Looks like the Goron must be a nightmare for the brown shadow. He must be the super resistant I heard so much about in London. The Allies are unable to send enough supplies to the resistance fighters for them to completely let go of their good old-fashioned methods. An arms stash. Since the departure of Herr Gustav, resistance fighters have been using this place as an outpost. Shouldn't think the Brown Shadow appreciate Leon and his group throwing their own grenades at them. Switzerland. The package will be safe over there. We'll need to cross Devil's Pass with the package in order to reach Switzerland. They say it's not the most daunting pass, but still, you need to be escorted by a professional alpinist. The refuge. It'll be the departure point for our expedition into Switzerland tomorrow. The refuge. The place where it all began between me and Leon. Harold Exner. A scientist with vital information for the war effort, according to the Foreign Office. His cover has recently been blown, which has led to this operation. Better not say anything during the briefing, but apparently, Exner has a reputation for being rather hot-headed.
I'm rather impressed Lenny managed to put the state of the refuge back to how it was before all this. And without much evidence left behind either. Even in the attic. The only evidence is Ludwig's room.
Junta's stash. I doubt I'll find anything of use there to amplify the radio signal. Herr Gustav's old radio. I remember we spent many an evening listening to serials when I worked here that summer. This is the transmitter Herr Gustav told me he'd cobbled together to compensate for the wave disturbance caused by the mountains. Should be able to use it for my own radio to contact London. Once this antenna is connected, there must be a way to open it. There must be something else I can plug into it. There must be something else I can plug into it.
Interesting.
Once this antenna is connected, there must be a way to open it. So Junta never did come back to retrieve it? Not surprising, really, I suppose, given the fact that World War broke out.
If they're this well supplied.
What a mess. Herr Gustav must have turned Junta's dark room into a storeroom after she left.
Okay, he's not interested in talking.
Is everything all right, Herr Exner? You seem a little upset. If it's about your exfiltration tomorrow, I can assure you there's nothing to be worried about. Leon is the best for...
I couldn't care less about tomorrow.
So what is it then?
It's my wife, Andrea. It's like I said to your goons there. I can't leave without her.
Your wife? I'm sorry, Herr Exner, but we have no orders regarding...
I don't care about your orders. I'm not leaving without Andrea. Do you hear me? I won't! You think I'm a bastard, don't you? A selfish bastard ready to risk people's lives to recover the woman he loves. That's what you all think, isn't it?
No, I think you're afraid, that's all. Afraid for you and the woman you love. And fear doesn't usually bring out the best in people.
I take full responsibility for my actions, and I expect no pity in return. But would a little understanding be too much to ask? I mean, what would you do in my shoes? What would you do if they asked you to abandon that alpinist you seem to be so fond of for the common good, eh? Because that's what you're asking me to do with Andrea.
Well, to be perfectly honest, I suppose if I were in your shoes, I would pull out all the stops to protect those who are dear to me.
I see. Thank you, Fraulein.
The dead woman is his wife. The dead blonde woman is his wife.
I read Leon's network uses the old caves over there to escape from the Brown Shadow. That's smart. Sky's darkening. Doesn't bode well. Let's just hope it'll clear up by the morning. Devil's Pass. Once we've crossed it, getting into Switzerland shouldn't be a problem.
This telescope doesn't seem quite a match for the one in 2005.
Lenny!
What do you want?
It's amazing how you've grown. How have you been since last time?
Fine, I guess.
I found out that the refuge was closed down by the Brown Shadow a few years ago. Turns out your network did the best of it. But what about Herr Gustav? Is he...
dead? No, he's not dead. Although, for me, he might just as well be.
It's quite incredible when I think of you and Leon fighting alongside someone who comes from so far away.
Yeah. After Leon saved him during the expedition in Baltayar, Mr. Ludwig's tribe took him in during the winter months. They became inseparable, like brothers. So much so that Mr. Ludwig insisted on coming back here with Leon. Now he's our most ferocious fighter, the terror of the Brown Shadow.
See you later, Lenny.
Well, everyone seems all right, more or less. I should get back to the radio now.
Best not go too far.
There's someone I still haven't talked to.
We'll talk later, Dana.
Ah, that would be why. Yeah, this place is looking a bit run down. I'm impressed by Lenny and Ludwig for restoring the place. Really?
Maybe Herr Gustav's homemade radio is still around here somewhere.
Why would it have the exact same receptacle? This can't be a Vorarlberg invention. And Herr Gustav had his own style, similar to Vorarlberg's, but not the
This
same.
part of the radio is used to receive messages. This part of the radio is used to receive messages.
I don't know what station I'm supposed to be on.
This part of the radio is used to transmit messages. This part of the radio is used to transmit messages.
Here we go.
Empty. Maybe Herr Gustav's homemade radio is still around here somewhere. That should boost the signal. Perfect.
What?
That item doesn't work.
Oh.
The signal is strong enough to reach London now.
Oh, it is a Vorarlberg invention. What? What?
I need to adjust the frequency settings properly to contact London.
Top secret. Please follow the procedure below to contact your liaison officer. 1. To obtain the safety frequency, decipher the contact code below. Please see attached appendix. 211.12.121.21. 2. Set the resulting safety frequency on the receiver part of your device. Your liaison officer will then communicate on the receiver part of your device a new transmission frequency to decipher. Set this new transmission frequency on the sender part of your device. Use the handset of your device to reach your liaison officer. To whom it may concern, to be in touch with the office, use the table below. You will receive your code at the frequency set by your contact code. Code frequency kilohertz. Code frequency. Seek 6 path 76. Bear 761. Lead 62s. Weft 65. Tier 67. Far and 69. Leaf 71. 73. 77. 79. 8. 82. 84. 88. Okay. Got it. B. A. Where's... Yeah, R. N. The chosen ones are dashes and dots. And barn. 6.9. 6.9. E. That's P, yes. So that was T. P. No, that's E. K is the last one. E. A. P-E-A-K. Eight point four. Yeah, 8.4. Come on.
London, come in. London? Do you read me? Over. We've made contact. Package safe and sound. I repeat, we've made contact. Package...
Out of the question! I'm not moving from here without her!
London, please wait a moment. Over. What's going on?
You! Tell London I'm not leaving without my wife.
Herr X, now listen,
No, you listen. Andrea is my closest collaborator. With regard to the Allied war effort, she is just as important as me.
She is in Wagen as I speak, hiding at some friend's place under a false identity. You must bring her here and smuggle her into Switzerland with me.
There's no way we're going back to Wagen. Brown Shadow troops have overrun the entire town. We can't risk delaying our departure.
A storm coming. Danger.
I'm not moving from here without her.
London, did you hear that? Roger that. Over and out. They say we can't allow Frau Exner to be captured and risk her letting the cat out of the bag.
What are you waiting for then? Send someone to fetch her.
Hang on. You're not asking me to.
Sorry, Lenny, we haven't got a choice. Ludwig can't go about in public in Wagen, and I have to prepare everything to get them through Devil's Pass tomorrow. You're the only one I trust enough to...
Why can't she go?
Lenny's right. I'm not known to the Brown Shadow. I can sneak into Wagen incognito this evening and be back in time for...
Out of the question. That's not your mission here. And besides, it's too dangerous.
Leon!
There is one.
All right, then. I'll go.
Lenny, wait!
There is one that knows Roze.
Leon's reaction and his unconditional love for Dana drove me mad with rage. So I decided to take my revenge by making a detour. It was a detour I would regret for the rest of my life.
No.
What did you do? I made a deal with the devil.
Her father is a part of the...
No one was supposed to have gotten hurt, I promise. I promise, Fräulein. I just didn't want Leon to leave me forever. To leave with her.
No. Did
But
you
it
always
was
know?
a fool's bargain, as I should have known from the beginning.
Ah. Okay. They're entrenched. Got it. Yeah. Sort of. No, it's not going to be you. Regardless of who else is or is not in the picture. How does she still have ammo?
leave immediately, before the mountain becomes impassable!
Go through the pass in this weather? Are you mad?
We have no choice, Lenny! It's that or fall into the hands of the Brown Shadow! And we both know what that means! We ought to stay, to buy Leon as much time as we can!
Leon,
She's right, Lenny! Now go! Go! Come! Yana!
No, don't make this harder than it is!
Yana!
I love you, Leon.
I love you too, Dana, more than anything in the world. Come on, let's go!
And that's why there's only 3 bodies.
Ironic, isn't it? But the worst was yet to come. Who knows how long we fought? Enough for Leon to lead the civilians to the foot of Devil's Path.
They got so much ammo in the... Oh, they don't have time. That's for the... Don't care if Lenny dies. That's a very good point. Ludwig Smush. Very good. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But it's a risk. So what was the whole point of that? To try and kill Dana? No one was supposed to get hurt. What was the point? According to Lenny. And she's considered a war hero for that little bit of backstabbing. Which is why she
Ludwig
never
has
goes.
been searching for Leon's remains since then. But it took the thaw due to global warming to uncover the bodies. And with them, my crime.
precisely when you decided to show up, Fräulein.
Lenny.
Dear Ludwig, can you ever
Mr. Ludwig, please.
Don't, Fräulein. I deserve this. Let's get this over with, Fräulein. Let me tell you about the last time I ever saw Dana, and then I'll be done.
Okay, I'm listening.
It was a year after Leon died, just after the liberation of Vagen.
The musical square is looking rough. How did the automaton survive? The canto. I mean, everything is still there. Her house. My captain, I'm writing to inform you of a troubling incident. You remember the prisoner the Reds handed us before they left? A redhead, chatty, and an official party artist. She was supposed to go before the military court yesterday for all the propaganda work she did for the Brown Shadow. However, as I prepared to bring her there, a high officer, a Brit, called me over. He said we had the wrong person and ordered me to release her. Since he was of a much higher rank, I obeyed, but it has since left a bitter taste in my mouth. The Reds were absolutely certain she was guilty, and unsurprisingly, she has vanished since the British officer convinced me to release her. Do you think I have enough of a case file to report with the military police? I look forward to your wisdom and advice in this matter. Yours humbly, Sergeant Scott Curtis.
The little Vagaran scourge. Still clinging on like fleas on a rat, I see. Oh, I was so disappointed I didn't bump into you when we sacked your parents' house. Before we threw them in the Dombra River.
Not a word.
Run, Rabbit! Run! 'Cause we'll soon be back to finish off scum like you!
I assume the animation where she said nothing was the same animation as if she had actually said something. Vagen ist befreit. Vagen freed. Vagen Patriots smash Brown Shadow. Vagen Patriots smash Brown Shadow and hoist Osterthal flag over city. Osterthal Patriots rebelled against their Brown Shadow conquerors and liberated their capital of Vagen today, as a massive allied army gathered at the city gates. Thousands of besieged partisans stormed Brown Shadow barricades, overpowered by the enemy garrisons, and hoisted the Osterthal flag victoriously over the city. The latest word at headquarters was that Allied troops had joined Vagen Patriots on the musical square in the heart of the capital after bitter fighting with the Brown Shadow and Vagan collaborationist militiamen. In an extraordinary speech, one Soviet major took the stage among the automatons of the square. He said, "This great day of liberation would not have happened without the continued effort of so many, and notably one of Soviet factory and the industrial city of Kamkosgrad." That's a little nod to the old to where Hans was during the war. Situated between Ukraine and Kazakhstan, this factory has been able to maintain its activity of extraction and refinement of heavy metals thanks to its workforce of automatons. The major added, "It is a fitting conclusion that the very creator of that factory of automatons also created this musical square on which we stand today as free citizens of the world." His name was Hans Vorarlberg. The Vagan radio confirmed late tonight that the Osterthal capital had been liberated and that the Brown Shadow Commander-in-Chief had signed an unconditional surrender.
Since the liberation, everyone in Vagan seems to be looking for someone.
Goodness me, it's you, Dana.
Herr Gustav?
Wish it was still a music academy, eh? Allied HQ now, you know.
Yes,
I just visited Lenny.
that's why I've come too. I wanted to see her before I leave. How is she?
Surviving, I suppose. The Allies are taking care of her here in the infirmary. Thank goodness. Special treatment for her exploits in the Resistance. But it's unlikely she'll ever walk again now.
I'm so sorry for what happened to her. I let Leon die alone, and I couldn't even help Lenny when she got hit during the assault on the refuge.
I understand you, my lovely. I do. But don't blame yourself, eh? Regrets, we all have a few. And some more than others. Especially in times of war, Dana. It's the way of the world. We just have to move on best we can. Maybe if we could all just let the water flow under the bridge, the swans will come back and we'll all be able to live together again. Like we used to.
Would be good, if it's at all possible. And Lenny?
I promise to take good care of her. For the rest of my life. I lost my little girl once. I'm not losing her again. I'll take up my job at the refuge. And I'll adapt it to her handicap. See?
That's nice.
Is everything okay, Dana?
Are you sure? Should I or shouldn't I not ask? I mean, I can see him wearing the jacket. There's the mark left from where it's not faded where the armband used to be. Yeah.
Where were you during the occupation? Lenny never mentioned it.
If you want to know, I was cleared by the military court, Dana. Might well have something to do with the fact that I'm the father of a heroine. But all the same, I was cleared of any wrongdoing, you see.
Oh, I see. I see very well, Herr Gustav. You have a good day now. Herr Sauer?
Oh, Fräulein Dana.
What are you doing here?
Well, unlike my former colleagues of the Origin expedition, I refused to be hired by the Allies. So, by the same chalk, I turned down immunity.
Why would you do that?
Well, all I've ever wanted to do in life is to carry out my anthropological research. But if there's one thing I learned in Baltayar, it's that it can't be done by serving the designs of this or that superpower, not even momentarily. I've had enough of prostituting science. So, I've given myself up to be judged for accepting to be financed by the Brown Shadow.
I see.
I'm sorry about Leon, Fräulein Dana. I know you were close. He, used to talk about you all the time. I'm sorry. I was rather harsh toward him last time we met. He was a good man. I miss him. His integrity.
I miss him too. Herr Sauer,
Yes, Fräulein Dana?
thank you for passing Leon's letter on to me about what happened in Baltayar like you promised you would, despite your own grief. It's proof that you're a man of honor. I wish you well now. That's it. I'm definitely done with everybody here. I should go and talk to Lenny in the infirmary now.
If there's anywhere where they're reusing models, it's that line.
Hello, Lenny. I have to leave, Lenny. Every new day in Wagen is like another agony for me since Leon died. I can't face being here anymore. Not now that the town is freed. So, I've decided to leave for America. I'm going to try to start life over. I don't know if I'll do any better in the United States, but I'll have more of a chance of getting by there than here. I'm not abandoning you, Lenny. Ludwig's staying to help you find Leon's body in the mountain. And I'll write to you, often. I won't forget you. I'm so sorry.
Can't speak yet. She can't move her upper body yet.
So Dana, she never knew what you did?
Indeed.
So did she write to you like she promised? From the United States?
Yes, she did. For the next 40 years.
She's still alive, then?
Can't say for sure, but there's a good chance.
Can you explain?
No. I've had enough of explaining. Explaining to myself. All I want now is to find some peace, far away from guilt and loneliness. I'm going to rest now.
It's not too late to forgive yourself.
Wouldn't know how, even if I wanted to.
You won't know until you try.
Thank you, Fräulein. You'll find the last letter I received from Dana in my automaton. It will give you the answers you're looking for.
Thank you.
Alright, so there's no family connection, as far as we can tell. She's still alive. Ha ha ha.
Ah, it won't fit. I must display the key properly. Thing's stuck. Looks like there's nothing to do here for now. I should take care of the automaton's heart first. Something important must be hidden behind this lock. No, it's not the proper setting of the key. Ah, it won't fit. I must display the key properly.
Oh. Oh, come on. How special is Oscar now?
No. Thing's stuck.
So I'm removing the heart?
You should be able to control this body now, Oscar. Let's work together to unlock it and find that letter from Dana.
Ah, a new body. Again. Oh, how basic.
should be able to use this. No, it's not the proper setting of the key. Ah, it won't fit. I must display the key properly. This lock. I think I need to slide the small moving part nearby in order to unlock it. Maybe I could ask for Oscar's help if I get stuck.
Come on.
This lock. I think I need to slide the small moving part nearby in order to unlock it. Maybe I could ask for Oscar's help if I get stuck. Thing's stuck.
Shoot. What am I doing wrong? Okay. So there's the pendulum.
We can open part of the back of the automaton. Maybe I can find something that can be of use inside. Thing's stuck.
But I cannot find what else I'm supposed to interact with. That's actually supposed to make any significant difference.
This lock. I think I need to slide the small moving part nearby in order to unlock it. Maybe I could ask for Oscar's help if I get stuck.
I can't move this.
Thing's stuck.
Alright, what am I missing? Come on. Okay. I did not know it did that. I thought this stuff was supposed to be moved by Oscar's arms. Also, how am I supposed to make that connection? What? Come on. What even? Are you kidding me? Nothing. Something isn't adding up. Next, pull the plate below downward to pull the switch inside. To release the knob on the stomach. Okay, what? I missed that.
It's blocking it.
No.
Oh. That's a lot of context missing. Oh, thank goodness.
I can't go that way.
Okay. What? Even. What am I missing now? Next, slide the plate below downward and pull the switch inside to release the knob on the stomach. Move the knob as far as it can go and switch back to Oscar. Move both of Oscar's arms upward, then return to Kate's.
No, I don't think so.
What was that supposed to do? The plates are still covered. Why aren't they uncovered? Those weights are supposed to have moved. But they're not moving. I think this might be bugged. Okay. Oh! Ha! Ha! Oh my goodness.
I can't go that way.
That's it. I should be able to remove...
What?
I think I can turn the crank now. No, it's not the proper setting of the key.
That is an absurd mailbox. That's not a mailbox, that's a lockbox.
Spring 1983. Dana sent this letter 20 years ago to Lenny. Dana Goengrich, Manhattan. Her name changed. May 21st, 1983. My dear Lenny, sorry if I haven't written in a long time. Things haven't been easy for me of late.
Went back to performing.
My husband, William Gerngrich, passed away last summer. He was such a remarkable partner and a tremendous support. But as you know, Lenny, there used to be another world for me. The world before. Our world, Lenny. The world of Leon. I've honored my current contracts. But now I feel I need a change.
New York, USA, 1980. Arrival photo. William and Dana Goengrich. Newspaper clip. A star is born, and your name is Dana Goengrich. Have you been down to the cafe concert recently? If you have, then you will have fallen in love with the virtuoso music of a rising star. Her name is Dana, and all we know about her is she came to the United States from her hometown in Central Europe in the aftermath of the war. So if you go down to the cafe concert tonight, you're sure for a big surprise. And this musicologist will be thrilled to bits to be the first to lead you to discover a pure genius before she is swept away to play at the world's greatest stages. That book! That book was in Kate's dream about her childhood! And that book was from her grandparents. But she should have been sterile, so... Crescendo Entertainment. Dear Dana, my thoughts are with you as always during these difficult times. You know I will always be here through the good times and the bad. I do understand your sudden desire to let everything go since your dear William's passing. I really do. But I must ask that you give it some time before you throw it in the towel. True, you are at the height of your fabulous career, but I sincerely believe there's a new and wonderful chapter yet to be written in your book of life. You're so much in demand. It would be such a pity to disappoint all those fans who adore you, and they really do. I hope you will take up this new offer that, of course, we have happily increased. It is only normal that the artist who made my label should receive all my sincere gratitude, not only from my heart, but also from my pocket. I have left a master copy of your latest recording for you to listen to before it goes to press. This is Dana at her very best, and once you've heard it, I hope you'll realize that such talent cannot possibly walk away from her public. Yours always, Raymond Pratt, Artistic Agent.
It was a nurse who worked at the maternity ward at Baden Sanatorium before the war, when I spent some time
there.
The
baby's alive!
She had stumbled upon a letter written by her superior. It was a strange confession written by the chief doctor who was present when I went into labor. She claimed that the child I gave birth to on April 5th, 1938 was alive, that they had seized the opportunity of me falling into a coma to give my daughter Anna to a couple of friends of my parents, the Zimmers. Anna is alive, Lenny.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Don't die, don't die. You have to meet your granddaughter.
You can imagine, my dear Lenny, that I spent the following weeks searching for my daughter high and low. It wasn't that difficult, even though my daughter's names had been changed.
Sarah Walker.
For a while, I just stood there, watching a woman who seemed to be the center of attention. She looked so confident, joyful, and full of life. She was surrounded by charming friends and a couple of old folks who must have been the Zimmers, her adoptive parents. As I was watching my daughter, it appeared clear to me. I was an intruder in the life of Sarah Walker Zimmer.
Mom?
That means when she heard the name, she knew.
This young woman didn't look like me and inspired nothing in me either. No emotion, no desire to run to her and take her in my arms. Absolutely nothing. It felt meaningless. I just did what I thought best in such cases. I took a trip into her assumed past, just to make sure there were no regrets.
It wasn't the same copy of the book. One of them is turned down. The father. Walker. Robert Walker? Your daughter is alive right now. Kate. Granddaughter. Okay, what am I missing? Where do I introspect? Nope, that's the one we did before. Yeah, I'm supposed to look around the house. What am I missing? What am I missing? Coffee table, coffee table. Didn't see that. Because her daughter has a daughter. Kitty Kate?
A ghost, Dana. That's all you are. Stop haunting these people and leave.
Come on. Come on. There you go.
I was just about to leave when I heard piano music coming from upstairs. It stopped me in my tracks. Six little notes, pure, crystalline, that crushed my heart with an incredible violence. I climbed the stairs like an automaton, guided by the music of the hymn of Vagen. The music I was so proud to play on the main square of Vagen. I never played it again after that. In a child's bedroom, I saw a little girl learning to play the piano. She was very studious and didn't seem at all surprised to see me there. She must have thought I was just another guest who had lost their way to the bathroom. We hardly spoke. I just showed her how to play. Hands must glide over the keyboard like swans over water. That's what our teachers at Vagen Academy used to say.
Biggest grin on my face. Completely illogical, absolutely wonderful story.
I hurried out of the house without looking back, and a few days later, I left the United States for the only destination that had any meaning to me. Farewell, my dear Lenny.
Dana.
Well, I will never understand human emotions. I thought you would be happy to have the proof at last that Dana Roze is your ancestor.
I'd totally forgotten that strange old lady who helped me play my piece on Mom's birthday. She was my grandma.
So, what are we going to do now?
I don't know, Oscar. I really don't know. I know I should feel happy to come to the end of this adventure. I found freedom. I kept my promise to Katyusha. And discovered a fascinating part of my mother's past, kept secret until now. But it makes no difference to the guilt I feel over my mom's passing, or the void I feel since her death. Maybe if I had met Dana in person, but that's impossible now. The last trace of Dana I have is this letter, and it's over 20 years old. And besides, Dana implies she left for an unknown destination, like a hiding place, to wait for the end of a life that no longer held any meaning for her. She could be anywhere. That's if she's still alive at all. It would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. So, I don't know, Oscar. I really don't know anymore. There's only one thing left to do, Oscar. What everyone has been expecting me to do since I jumped on the train with Hans. Just be reasonable and return to New York. There's an end to everything, Oscar. Isn't there?
Intro.
My carriage number. This ticket will take me to the international airport of Vaughan, and from there, back to New York.
We're gonna see her one more time, aren't we?
I should find a phone to call Olivia before I take the shuttle. Given all the trouble waiting for me in New York, I'm gonna need all the help I can get. My shuttle to the airport is at the platform. No point wandering around the station and getting lost. Not sure if this is the right carriage. I better check the number on the ticket.
Oh, Automaton punches the tickets. There's the phone.
Not sure if this is the right carriage. I better check the number on the ticket. This is the map of the shuttle. I should be able to use it to find my carriage.
What are they doing? Buying tickets? Here's one.
I guess I have to use it to set the day. I should set the month here. The default setting on the dials shows the wrong date.
December 2nd, 2005. Dear Miss Foster, not sure where to begin. I've just come back from the refuge. I wanted to find out what became of Kate Walker after she went there a few days ago, in the middle of the night in a blizzard. She went to find out if Dana Rose's body was among those of the resistance fighters found at the foot of Devil's Pass. I found the place abandoned. No trace of Kate Walker, nor of Lenny the old manageress, nor of her mysterious odd job man. The only one who was there was a Algerian mountaineer, who waiting patiently to climb the famous mountain. The mountaineer said he saw Kate Walker at the refuge on the evening of the blizzard. She apparently inspected the tent where the bodies of the frozen resistance fighters were placed. He didn't know what she was doing there, but she said she seemed relieved when she came out. It's reasonable to deduce that Dana Rose wasn't among the bodies. There then followed some strange comings and going. Kate Walker apparently went to Lenny's room with the strange hermit who acts as the old manageress odd job man. They apparently stayed there for hours, before he eventually came out, apparently looking distraught. Kate Walker came out later, then left the refuge without saying where she was going, but looking deeply perplexed and disheartened. A few hours later, the mountaineer resolved to go and see Lenny. He found her lying in her bed lifeless. The poor old woman must have died in her sleep. The mountaineer wanted to call the emergency services, but then the hermit returned to the refuge. Ignoring the mountaineer's protests, he tenderly picked up Lenny's body then carried her, along with the frozen body of the resistant fighter, into the mountain. He then disappeared as he carried them into the blizzard. He went to bury them. I must admit that I'm completely perplexed. Who knows what drama was played out between Kate Walker, Lenny, and her odd job man during that blizzard. I get the feeling Miss Walker must have uncovered some terrible secret during her stay in Vagen. A secret that, like an underlying and treacherous endless, had poisoned the region since the 1930s, and one whose common denominator seemed to be Dana Roze. But what's the connection with Kate Walker? Why has she taken this whole case so much to heart? It's like there was something personal in it for her, but I may never know, because everyone related to the case is either dead or missing, starting with Kate Walker. I am, as ever, at your service and await your instructions. Respectfully yours, Nick Canton. Month.
My carriage number. This ticket will take me to the international airport of Vagen, and from there, back to New York.
Still November 3rd. Yeah, he was a few days behind.
A ticket validator.
You really can't help yourself, Hans Vorarlberg.
A ticket validator. Looks like there's something wrong with the puncher. The pressure. My ticket's all set now. I just need... This ticket will take me to the international airport. My ticket's all set now. I just need to get to my place.
Oh, what's this one?
The deportation trains left Vagen from this station during the Second World War. How many lives did those brown shadow barbarians destroy? Is there any justice for those who were massacred?
No more stalling, or exploring, or maybe a bit more.
Saying goodbye to Vagen is harder than I thought. I've only been here a few days, and yet, now that I know how much this place is linked to my own history, I feel attached to it.
You were feeling attached before then. Little different than your usual wanderlust. Yeah. This even dwarfs the first game. This is like getting an amazing conclusion to a series of games that the second and third did not deserve.
Hello?
Olivia? It's me.
What do you want, Kate? Didn't we say everything last time?
You were right, Olivia. I've been chasing moonbeams ever since my mom died. But I found my grandmother.
Your grandmother? But Kate, she died years ago in New York.
No, I mean my real grandmother. Never mind. It's a long story. I'll explain everything when I get back.
Oh, you mean...
Yes, I'm flying back to New York.
That's wonderful, Kate. I better tell Mr. Canton. He's still on your case, you know. The police will probably be waiting for you at the airport, but don't worry. Dan has connections. I'm sure he'll be able to help. Maybe he can persuade Marston and Lorman to drop the charges.
Okay, thanks. That would be a relief.
Does she still have...
I gotta go. The airport shuttle's about to leave.
Yes, go ahead. We'll meet you at JFK. I'm proud of you, Kate. You've made the right decision.
Olivia?
Yes?
Listen, I'm truly sorry for everything that's happened since I left New York. It's just that I just had to get away. I needed a change of life, to be free. It was like a calling. And now that I've been following that calling for the past few years, I realize that I'm not the person I thought I was back in New York. I am that strange person who jumps from train to train, a traveler without a destination. Just like that old shaman once called me.
What are you talking about? Which shaman?
It doesn't matter now. I guess what really counts is that I have no regrets about being my true self over these past years.
But do you really?
I know, Olivia. I know I've hurt people while going through this journey. My mom, Dan, you. I know that. And I'm so sorry, Olivia, for all the hurt I've caused you personally.
Thank you, Kate. It does me good to hear it. And, well, you know what? I'm starting to like this new Kate.
Listen, I'd better go now, Olivia. I'll call you if I can from the airport once I've got a flight.
Yes, you'd better get going. You take care, Kate.
Okay, you too. Bye now. Talk later.
Yeah, that's not surprising.
That's my shuttle. Once it's taken me to the airport, I'll just use the ticket for New York that Olivia sent me, and that'll be the end of my voyage. This is the right carriage, but the door's still shut.
Please present your ticket.
They just couldn't help themselves.
Please remember you must show your stamp ticket before you can board the train.
Hans, you literally put those automaton hearts in everything, didn't you? You put it in a freaking pet. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. There's nothing else to wait for. Let's just go. Did Oscar just jump out of the bag? Yep.
So, is this really the end of the journey?
Yes, Oscar. I'm afraid it really is. Olivia sent me a plane ticket for New York. What if... No, forget it.
Oh, I should have talked to Oscar before then. Yes.
You look sad, Kate Walker. The train will be leaving soon. Won't the customs officer get nervous at seeing me with you on the flight to New York, Kate Walker? You look sad, Kate Walker.
Okay. What are you going to reveal? What are you going to reveal? Come on. Is it Dana Roze? That looks quite... Valtair. Antar Valtair. No. She. Oh no. That's a new destination.
They ever talked about how they were going to live over there after the war, along with Ludwig and his tribe.
That's where she went. She's gonna start running again. Come on, come on, come on. I know you, Kate.
I left the United States for the only destination that had any meaning for me. Farewell, my dear Lenny.
The only destination that had any meaning.
Kate Walker? Is everything all...
I know where she is, Oscar. I know where Dana went after she left America.
The train for the airport is about to depart. All passengers,
Come on, Oscar, we gotta go.
Take your seat. Anyone not going to the airport is kindly
I knew it!
to leave the train immediately.
Ha ha ha! How'd she get over so quick? Still chasing trains. Oh my goodness. There's gotta be another game coming. There's no way. She's chasing her biological grandfather now. With a new companion. Why am I not surprised? And of course it's on another classic Vorarlberg train. A Hans Vorarlberg train.
Mr. Ludwig, what are you doing here?
Going home.
What about Demoiselle Lenny?
Lenny's gone. In her sleep. Too much guilt. Too much sorrow.
Oh.
I took her in the mountain with Leon. They're together now. What about you? Kate Walker.
I'm going back home too, in a way.
How are they going to top this? How are they going to top this? She's going to be climbing a mountain now. Oh, that's right. The creator and likely writer of these games passed. That was great. Definitely a worthy successor to the first game. Author and creative director. They're not gonna top this. He already passed. To be fair, in the first game, we never saw any of Kate's friends, family, associates. Even in the second game, they were just shadows. Third game, too. We only saw her mother's face in this game. She left the ticket. Her friend is gonna be really, really mad. True. But instead of just the history of her and father, Leon, there's a possibility of Roze or Dana still being alive. A very old woman, but still being alive. But even if they make a next game, it's really hard seeing them topping this one. Because that's just such an amazing bookend to the first game. Cancer. And that was while she was away. While Kate was away. Robert Walker? What was his first name? I know the last name Walker comes from her dad. Yeah, but trying to make a 5th game after a game like that, gonna be hard to make it live up to that. The 1st and 4th games are great. First one's charming, the 4th one is amazing. The worry is, does game number 5 become like 2 or even 3? Yeah. Two was okay. It was a bit of an acid trip though. Just a bit. Like, no. Not like 3, not like that. Don't do it like that, microids. Don't do it like that. So if this guy Sokal wrote all 4 games, how did 2 and 3 end up burnt out? Was it the rest of the creative team as well? Well, this has been quite lovely. I enjoyed that immensely. Noted. I do wonder. Okay. These are listed like chapters. Nope. Never mind then. Yeah, making your 5th game is going to be a lot more difficult because the next location is largely unestablished, aside from the little we've seen from the expedition. That's it. Plus, we already know the major events. At that point, what's the runaround for finding Dana Roze? You have Ludwig Hardtack, but beyond that, I don't see how they're gonna pull it off. Not without the creative lead that's gonna do justice for Sokal's next chapter of story. Regardless of whether it comes off as something that he would write and direct. Or not. I wonder what I should play next. Oh! I know! I just got in a hard copy version of George Orwell's 1984. Oh, like finding Dana Roze is largely quick and easy, but it's a prologue for the next chapter of, well, the Gorgons, or whatever they're called. Not Gorgon. Ludwig's people. A prologue involving Ludwig's people, because this is Kate Walker we're talking about. Hairy mammoths? Hairy ostriches? What's next? Sasquatch. Yeah, I could see that possibility. It would give them more freedom to work with it. And with Ludwig's character. Does this... Wait. Alright, Tommy. Happy New Year. Does this mean Oscar is actually going to get an engineer body again? It honestly seems like every new body that Oscar gets is more robust than the last, regardless of it being progressively older. Happy New Year, Snatcher. Thanks for joining me on this. It's been fun. So yeah, I think I'll start reading the hard copy of 1984 next time. Looking forward to it. Just a bunch of reading streams. Anyways, I'll see you when I see you. Till next time, bye.